fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
Hello. Hey, there we are. A shill speech? Hello everyone. It's me, Go7, King of the Penguins. Habits is here. What's up, Habits? So we're gonna have a special guest commentator in the second hour, which is going to be a true boss who's going to help me cover my latest High Funds game. So hopefully I'll get a lot of insight. So this is going to be the first time where the Go7 Priority game is going to come probably second rather than first. So, to begin, we will have Durandal versus MrKango. Another brush with death. This map must have just been rotated back into standard or something. For it is with us again. Which surprises me. I thought that Walker said that there was something he wanted to fix about the map. Maybe he was just never able to get around. It has just rotated back in. Well, there you go. That would be why, then. Got Durandal. Or Durandale? Durandale? Like the fruit? Like a fruit named Dale? Yeah, they're facing that. The era of map committee is different. You think we listen to Walker? If I had to... Well, okay. Go7, if you had to play a 2v2 to save your life, who would you pick to be on your team? I would need to know so many things to decide that. Like the mode, the map, the tier, the time controls. Through license. I hope everyone's doing pretty well, by the way. I actually climbed a mountain today. I was very, very happy with myself about that. It's really hard to do when you got tiny little penguin feet. Hello. probably Mr. Greensuit. He's very good at team games. Oh, just 3 a.m. stuff? Yeah, she did. Trying to keep my chat spicy. I know. A mountain. Exactly. You gotta run to the peaks. Okay. This is a Jake mirror, which makes sense. Jake is probably the most common tier 4 pick for this map because of how strong the indirects are. And the fact that there's just tons of planes available around the stuff that you care about. Who would I pick as my 2 opponents? I would probably try and pick like 2 newborns or something like that. People just can't play the game, they'll just time out, and I'll guarantee I win. I mean, my life is at stake. Garbage is good. Garbage is not he resigns, but he's not that bad. A safe answer, no shots fired. Content, have you ever lost on this map? Something I learned today is that we should determine whether or not a map is good or bad, depending on whether or not content's lost on it. You just gotta fully support content. That's why Scorpion Operation is a bad map. I used to think it was a pretty good map, but content's lost on it, so it's now a bad map. Anyway, I will hop on into this. We'll see how the 2 players decide to go about this. Usually you'd expect to see lots of artillery and rockets. Ooh, is that actually slower? No. Go to here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is delaying the neutral base, which might be just not seeing that the neutral base is over here, because it is a little bit out of the way. Might be to get some extra money early on. It's gonna be really painful. Okay, where's the fast money over here? Okay, okay. I think the idea isn't that MrKango didn't know about a neutral base. It's that I'm gonna try and prioritize getting these captures, maybe, and just do a base skip in order to do that. It's not gonna be that painful of a base skip because it takes a while for this base to come online anyway. So we'll see how it plays out. So MrKango at this point can build a tank or an artillery, but doesn't do so. Just sticks with the straight up infantry production. Especially developed base skip tech. Oh, we've only lost once out of 14 times? Dang. Alright, Content's I'm pretty much an expert here. Okay, so we do have tank first out of Durandale over here on the 2 base side. And we'll get to find out if MrKango is going to respond. MrKango has 14k in the bank due to the base skip and going for this property right away. So could go double tank. Looks like we're gonna go artillery tank. Okay, I think that makes going for this property right away not as good, because you would have had enough money to do this anyway. But, okay. I probably would have swapped these two buys. Or maybe just gone artillery. Because, I mean, artillery over here makes a lot of sense just for the hold off the tanks, provided you have enough infantry that can actually hold the line. No response at all to the tank buy over here from Durandale, which would make me think that Durandale is going to respond to the tank. He's just going to wait until this one's actually in range to do something, which should mean that MrKango is actually going to get a free hit on this infantry over here. Okay. Although over here, oh, there we go. We have the tank over here. This tank is guarding this infantry. You can still go for this attack, although it's a little more painful to do it with a tank rather than a recon. Because your tank hits here, and then their tank hits from their city. But so far, it doesn't look like this infantry is going to get this property, which makes the space skip not nearly as good. Ooh, Durandale committing. I'm not a huge fan of this, just because of how strong this tank is going to be, and then the artillery follow-up will pretty much make sure that this tank can't try and get involved. But it will, well, it will be an expensive interrupt. It might be able to stop this capture entirely, which could be good. We have our strike over here. Let's back up. I'm not quite sure why I backed up to there. That's usually where I would consider putting the artillery. What role is that? Oh, I see. Okay, so MrKango did not get the comm tower before this, which is painful. But even so, that has to be like min roll, max roll, because this tank has chip damage on it and everything. Seven. What? They are both Jake. I don't know. Okay. Comm tower that's been captured. I think with the comm tower, this would be guaranteed 6-8 for sure. What is this, a Sonja mirror? I know. That is wild to me that worked out so poorly. Well, that makes Durandale's attack here like amazing, because not only does it interrupt like hidden infantry, cost repair money, and then also interrupt this capture, but the tank trade happened to be even somehow. Ooh. Durandale's like, I am going to hard commit here. So this, I think, is a pretty nice attack. The annoying thing about the placement of the artillery here is that tank can't actually hit this tank without the artillery moving. Which is why one of the reasons why the artillery being on this missile platform would make more sense to me. There's some very nice aggression out of Durandale. This tank will heal up to 4. So we might see artillery shot tank just to kill off this tank. This is fighting in base range, so in theory... The stream disconnected for a second. Is it back? See chat. Does chat see me? He might be counting on another 7-7 tank hit. I don't think it's possible to get another 7-7 tank hit, because now MrKango does have... for one, there's a 2 health tank chip. Also, now the comm tower is available. Okay. I'll quickly do a speed test just to make sure I don't need to like go reset the router or something like that. My mind is still blown by the 7-7 trade. Alright, looks like it's fine. Okay, we are committing to fighting here. Oh, but this tank is going back. Knocks it down to 1. That's fine. And trapping this tank in, then build another tank. Oh, this is... Never mind, not trapping this. Oh, no, it's still going to trap it in, just using... No, it's not going to trap it in. Okay. I guess the idea is that the tank doesn't really want to go anywhere anyway. MrKango does go for this comm tower. The tank doesn't decide to force a base skip. It's fine. Just stops these. Actually, I don't see a reason for it to stand here necessarily, but these infantry couldn't stop this capture anyway. So MrKango is going to end up getting both of these cities. Okay. Wow. That must have been a very low 6. Bow, the artillery dies. The other tanks start attacking the infantry that aren't in base range, which is good. Although we're still going to have tank first strike. These tanks kill off this tank. I mean, this is still looking pretty good for MrKango, although the loss of the artillery sucks. The chick is cheating with these rolls. I know. That was a 7 health tank doing 6 damage to an artillery on the woods. Okay. However, I was about to say, the unit value is so skewed, but Durandale's actually floating 9k, which I think can only mean a rocket. It'd be weird to build a medium tank in this situation. Yeah, this tank is super dead. Ooh, even the 4 health infantry was able to finish it off. Get that smack there, and more tanks get built. Again, after all the fighting, the comm tower gets captured. That's something MrKango is getting plagued by. Here we have an artillery tank, and I assume an infantry. No. Whoa. Okay. 2k and just base skip. That's a little weird. That implies that MrKango wants to buy something for 20,000, because if you, or maybe 19,000 and then an infantry over here instead of over here. It's a weird base skip. He's flat glitched to look like Jake. Okay, so we do have the rocket for Durandale. Okay, it's a very well guarded artillery. You have a rocket here. The rocket did not require a base skip. Oh, it was a mech buy. Okay. Rocket mech. Sure. It's a box. Okay, so they're gonna kill each other's missiles at the same time. Neither one has broken these pipe seams. The one bases are kind of left on their own. Although this one looks to be in a lot more trouble. And now has a mech to go along with it. These cities on these two cities over here are very quickly going to be under threat of being captured. And, this isn't the greatest army for defending that against vehicles. Okay, the tank does come in and take the free shot. Is indeed free. There's no way to like walk around and trap the tank in place. We have double mechs. They walk, and so this is if Durandale sees this is like the time to attack these tanks, because the reinforcements for 2 turns from this base are not going to make it to this fight in time. Forming an infantry square to fend off any cavalry attacks. Okay, down goes the missile. Okay, we have a replacement infantry, now covered by a mech. Okay, well, there hasn't been an attack in here, which is not great. Because if the mech trail makes it to actually covering these tanks, then the reinforcements will have finally reached. So there is some level of urgency that's needed. Okay, well, there's no way for Durandale to stop these captures from happening. So these are gonna fall. I'm not quite sure why the infantry decided to attack here. I guess it's just trying to weaken the infantry wall in some way. It's covered by an artillery of its own now. Okay. Next step forward. We're keeping the low health infantry in the back. Copter starts flying down. Oh. You have the breakthrough. Those are all guaranteed kills because both players do have double comm tower, so they have the plus 20% attack. And over here, tanks have plus 30% on the planes for Jake. Now he's gonna have. Yeah, you're gonna have to be a little bit. Oh, I was gonna say a little bit careful of your own attack because you're giving your opponent block rock, but looks like this is gonna be a block rock that gives 2 attacks, which is not super great, but it does mean every single tank over here was injured, so that's probably worth it. And you get to shoot the recon. Okay. Rocket decides to start sliding on over here. Looks okay. We have another mech. It's going to rely on copters to be potential anti-copter maneuver, I assume. So this is indeed a pretty scary attack against MrKango's one base, although it is only tanks and infantry, so a tech up, well, I guess the battlecopter's on its way too, but a tech up will still hold pretty well. Look, not one of your Oreos split nicely, Mr. Penguin. Do you have any advice on how to get Oreos to come apart with the filling all on one cookie? Yeah, I agree with Shadow. I think rotating it works pretty well. can do a rotate and then kind of slide. Okay. MrKango does decide to go with a block rock. One mech strike. Goes straight to the Neo tank. And all of these tanks just run away. Join together. Artillery shot. This will kill infantry in one hit. It does hit the artillery, although there are quite a few mechs around to get some vengeance. And here comes. This is the scary thing for our base to deal with. Is a bunch of artillery walking at it, though. Another player has an especially strong Durandale. A flexible knife that can work too. Did I say especially strong Durandale? An especially strong block rock. Ooh, the artillery moves into rocket range. You know, stack your Oreos and bite through 3 at once. Oh, snap. Well, the artillery ran really far back. I imagine this city would be pretty nice because it's actually covering some of the infantry. Down goes that tank. This tank gets hit down to 4. We'll see how Durandale decides to punish over here. They start capturing. We have the copter strike the mech. Finish off. I would probably have the... I would probably have done that with a weakened tank to try and have the Neo tank kill an already injured tank rather than a full health one. Okay, but we are taking these cities, all 3 at once. Pretty good. The rocket did fire on this artillery, so this pipe seems not anywhere closer to being taken out. And unfortunately, this tank did move into rocket range, which is not great. And then what did we buy, actually? We bought a mech, copter, and 2 infantry. Leaves 4,000. So Durandale's is looking to maybe tech up over here as well. Although I would have thought a medium tank infantry would have been possible. That's okay. Well, this defensive line has managed to push back these artillery a little bit. Oh, for a second there, I thought this copter hit this pipe seam. MrKango was helping Durandale connect the bases. Do have another big boy tank over here. And then the rocket does slide down here to help protect, I guess. Unfortunately, it's going to get down here after the city's been captured. And it is also going to be blocking progress on breaking this pipe seam. Boom, boom, boom. Triple cities get captured. Really, there's very little pressure being put on Durandale's airport over here, so building a transport copter would make a lot of sense. Just go take this city. Does the same thing with moving the rocket over here. Okay. So it's a lot easier to save your base if you connect these two, because then you have 2 bases being able to fight at once and an airport. And a rocket's really good at doing that as well. We have the anti-air built. And another semblance of a box coming on. MrKango does get this capture. They're actually even in properties, apparently. Oh, I see. That's right, because MrKango had this one, had both of these, and then Durandale took this one back. Gotcha. Or not back, I guess, but took it. Ooh, a very cheeky artillery move to force the rocket to run away. Unless it wants to be shelled, which it really doesn't want to. Ooh. We have tank join. I think only one of those actually earned money though. Well, that one did, huh? Oh, it's a full health onto it too. Oh, okay. To build a bomber. Okay. Well, that's one way to break the pipe seam. There is absolutely no anti-air on this side that can deal with a bomber, so this will be a pretty scary force to break through the pipe seam. Or it might just come down here and try and take out the Neo tank, maybe. Copter just waits here. Copter, of course, runs away from the anti-air. Alright. Looks like now their player really wants to go and rescue their one base at the moment. Oh. MrKango does start getting this capture. Wow, didn't move any of this stuff. Okay. Okay, the bomber is not going to be used to break the pipe seam. It's indeed going to come down here to try and take out the Neo tank. Rocket does get to shoot on an infantry, which is nice. And then we're going to have a whole bunch of infantry strikes. Durandale does bite the bullet and builds a medium tank. Anti-air is actually covering everything, okay. Anti-air move back. This copter scoots forward. Do have 2 artillery with this, so there's some pretty serious concern for MrKango that this base could fall. There are interesting shenanigans you can do with it, yes. Okay. A complete breakthrough to hit the medium tank or this mech, I guess. One charge, hit that mech, take it out. This is looking very scary for this 4-1 base. The artillery weren't able to completely follow with the attack, but on the following turns they will be able to. And we do have a copter go across the river and hit an infantry. Potentially threaten this rocket. Oh. Someone hit this. Looks like the copter hit this. That Durandale, do not break this pipe seam for your opponent. Okay. Artillery goes down, rocket scoots forward. Artillery recovering this capture. Build a normal tank here, okay. I've made a wall to stop the copter from coming through and beating up the poor rocket. And we have an anti-air built. Everything waits over here. The bomber scoots forward. You always have to make sure your opponent can't get themselves block rock and just kill your bomber. No. Oh no, Durandale is breaking the pipe seam. That's gonna be really a rude awakening once like Ares starts spilling forth. Like the rocket, I think the idea is if they can kill the pipe seam, they can hit the rocket, but the rocket can always back up. Killed the mech. Really nice block to keep the anti-air in there. Because then this infantry goes here. It doesn't actually keep the anti-air in there though. Unless... No, because you can't kill this mech. I see, but it does mean that the anti-air can't reach the copter. Because the tank can kill this and the mech can kill this. But then the tank's standing here. So... Oh wait. No, that doesn't work. Because the rocket can kill this infantry, and then the tank can come over and... Or the anti-air can come over and kill the copter. Or with the power, I imagine the rocket can just kill this tank, too. MrKango break his own seam already? Well, I guess... Did break this seam. That's probably for the air. Usually you come this route. This allows the pipe runner. It does let the copters come through. Whoa. Durandale, no. I mean, I can understand this. The idea being you can kill this and then the medium tank doesn't get hit by an artillery. That means that the copter goes unpunished. I guess that's fine. Bomber does come in here, hits this medium tank. The tank finishes it off. The artillery gets hit. Copter comes in, and then we have the block rock. Kill off that. Come in and hit the anti-air. So now the bomber, and pretty much the copters. I mean, there's one copter here to try and mess with it. We're gonna be a pain. Things are looking rough for the one base over here. The one base over here is also looking kind of rough, but there's only an injured artillery and a copter, so the medium tank should be able to hold the base kind of forever. I know it's the same artillery move that MrKango did against Durandale over here. Durandale learned. We do have a block rock here. Let's try to kill off the medium tank, I guess. It's not gonna work. Usually for this kind of situation, you don't try and kill it off with your injured units. You just kind of stand around it with injured units so it has to base skip while getting limited value. That's not going to work here though, because this tank can just kill this artillery, and then the medium tank can come up here and take out this tank. So this is looking like Durandale is going to be able to take this one base away from MrKango, and MrKango's attack will kind of fail. We do have the mega tank purchase, but the mega tank is going to function very similar to how this medium tank does and how you would deal with it. You just kind of surround it. The rocket also didn't move, so it got shot. That is a mistake from Durandale, unless you really don't want to build something. Neo tank gets beat up. Go for a copter strike, take out the mech. Kind of swarm the units. Here they come. Medium tank kills off that infantry with the rocket help. We have invasion across the river as well. All right. Another artillery. Anti-air. This is looking really dire. MrKango, and MrKango has resigned. Yeah, the mega tank will hold for a while, but it's going to be rough going. There's just so many infantry that can just keep sacrificing themselves to keep them in place. First game, first mega. What a wonderful day. The rocket prevents the base lock. Are you saying it can? Well, in this case it doesn't, because the copter can hold this tile. But you're saying if you started capturing the base, the rocket would be able to fire on you? That's true. Yeah, but bombers don't hit megas very hard. I mean, they hit them decently, but they'll do like, I don't know, like 3 damage when it moves down onto this forest. They don't have anti-air guns. That's true. That is very true. You know, MrKango could build a fighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It almost reaches to. The repairs on the Mega will kill MrKango's economy. Yeah. Well, just, yeah. It won't go well. I mean, Mega Tank, or anti-air guns on the Mega Tanks would be a huge win. So well played. It was a little bit awkward of a start. I think Durandale just needed some artillery earlier on to go after the one base, but it worked out, and there's some ridiculous rolls on those tanks. It's a little early, so True Boss probably won't be here yet, but you can look at the map. I think this is the first time I ever played on this map. ChiliCheese versus Go7. ChiliCheese in the yellow comment there. That's very fitting. It's an interesting looking map. It has a very strong naval component. It's one of those weird maps kind of in High Funds where they like to give you just a single lab. It's just the lab that could be an HQ, but is a lab instead. Is it even possible to defeat ChiliCheese? I mean, ChiliCheese is a very fearsome force. It is a slow start High Funds. You only start with one base captured. You have to capture your other ones. And then you have 4 harbors. Looking at this inland lake, which is very scary for battleships to be at, because it's very easy to cover the labs with battleships and or other harbors. Yeah, no income from labs, that is why. You're confused, why don't those labs have black boats on them? That is because it's not fog. I mean, the lab's pretty easy to defend from across the river, just using either infantry or indirects. And you can see NetHack coming from quite a ways. But yeah, this is High Funds, so Von Bolt and Andy are in the same tier for High Funds. It's not so much that Von Bolt is worse, I guess, is that Andy is just so much better when you're dealing with expensive units. You played a game on this map versus your fellow map committee member AA01 Blue a week ago? How'd that go? Andy OP. Andy is OP. On this exact matchup. Andy OP. Content. For those that don't know, Content beat me in High Funds, in a High Funds tournament, playing as Andy against my Javier. Got me good. Teched up Andy is nutty. You won as Andy because AA01 Blue forgot about the lab. That's a bad thing to forget about. Andy's very good. For those that don't know, Andy has no day-to-day abilities. He's completely vanilla units. But his normal power, which costs 3 bars here, will heal all of his units by 10. Or not by 10, I wish. By 2. And then his super, which is just 6 bars, will heal all of his units by 5, give them 1 extra movement, and an additional 10% attack power. Most unhinged stream title yet, yeah. Is Andy on Icebound a classic? That would make sense to me. Andy main, let's go. Yeah, I saw this map. I was like, wow, that's an airport that's going to have a heck of a time defending itself. Which makes me think Andy's going to be good for it, because his air units get to be actually healed up. And then also, this is going to be some pretty scary naval play. And Andy has some of the best naval units in the game, because they're really expensive and he just heals them up. I don't know if he's the best naval CO, but he's definitely one of the best. I mean, Drake is very good. Javier's very good. Grit's very good. Colin is ridiculous. Hachi, I guess. I mean, he does get the cheaper ships with his barter and all that. I feel like he'd be worse than Colin. Andy would be the best air CO if he could just remember what an airport is. He's top percentile. He definitely is. And Von Bolt does have one thing going for him in this matchup, and that's that extra plus 10% attack in combination with a comm tower. So he does get that 20% threshold and will be able to kill off Andy's units in theory. The problem is that oftentimes Andy's going to fight you with teched up units, in which case you don't quite have that 2 versus 1 going for you all the time. And if you're Von Bolt and you strike with your Neo Tank against Andy's Neo Tank, you're going to have a positive trade. But then Andy can just heal up his Neo Tank for free, and suddenly your trade's no longer positive. And that is the pain of fighting Andy. Poor dummy Andy. So, in high funds, Andy is much stronger. Bigger units are harder to kill, but they also generate more charge, so you get to heal them up. Andy is a troll. Just kill his units, easy. He also has a very scary capture threat on your lab, because if he starts capturing your lab and you hit him down to, you have to hit him below 5, otherwise he can pop his super and then heal back up to 10 and then finish capturing and take your lab. So you have to have extra protection for your lab or HQ when you're against Andy. Andy is dandy. It's not nice. I feel like the early game against Von Bolt is particularly spooky. Eagle is also surprisingly good in naval CO. That's true. You know, you get your double, you get to shoot twice with your battleships. Oh no, a true boss's mic just broke. He has to make a new one. Or not make a new one. He has to set up a new one. Ooh, you want to predict? You want to try and predict what I do in this game? You're predicting that I'm not going to be very confrontational. Content will never believe in Eagle Naval. A true boss is going to help me commentate this game. He's a master of high funds. And apparently he was following this game as it was playing out. Oh, you're just talking about the map in general. I did have a plan going into this map, as you might expect from me. You sent your AA to dive straight into Von Bold's capturing infantry on the airport at the start. I do something similar. But I didn't use an anti-air, and I didn't wait for it to start capturing. You predicted a lot of penguins use their disappearing magic to retreat into a puff of smoke. You'd be surprised at how effective. Well, you'll see. A plan, you say? Shocking. So yeah, I did have the plan of getting my airport before ChiliCheese could mess with me, and then also delaying this airport so that I just had complete air dominance for a while. So the general plan was delay airport, get airport fast, use air dominance to secure the lake and using the harbors, and then using the harbors, I can build battleships or other ships to win the game. That was my plan. Plans within plans. Well, Habits, I don't... I take the fight to the infantry, so you'll see I hit the infantry when it's up here before it makes it to the airport, so I get to delay the airport for quite a while. Wheels within wheels. What are the exchange rates for penguin points? Hey, 1 second here. I need to. Sure everything's working. And no longer monitor my music. Output capture. Can't hear. Can't hear you, a true boss. If you're talking. See you lighting up. So maybe that is me. See if it's like sending the sound to the wrong output or something weird like that. This is just going to the default. But there.
Can you hear me?
Ah, I can hear you now.
Aha, awesome. Cool. Okay, so I'll just like watch your stream and just listen to you here so I don't hear your voice twice, I guess.
That makes sense, makes sense.
Okay, I've muted your stream, but I'm still watching it.
Okay. You said you were watching the game as it played out, right?
Oh yeah, I was following it on the website, like back when you were playing. Oh, hello everyone, hello. Hi chat, hi Go7 chat.
This is Go7 chat. Okay, what did you think, or actually, what are your insights on this map in general?
It's kind of cool, but it's a little bit like, I don't think it's beginner friendly at all.
Yeah.
It's like a lab race, right? You're just racing
right
to you're just racing for the labs.
You can kind of hold it with the artillery, but if like bombers spam your artillery, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, or a battleship from the port.
Battleship, yeah.
But it's if some player doesn't realize that it's a lab race, they might just lose that very first game. Yeah, it kind of sucks for that guy, but that's the nature of this map. There are other maps like this too. It kind of reminds me of Rivendell in Standard.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear myself. Hey, me. What do you think of the CO matchup? Positive heroes.
I think actually I prefer Andy just because of like the nature of all the like really big heavy units that you're gonna get, and it might be hard to kill them off. Right? Also, like it gives you some tactics as well. I think Andy's pretty good choice. As for Von Bolt, I think Von Bolt is like, he's a CO who's always like, he's always good. But honestly, I'd rather have Andy here.
I agree. Andy in high funds is a lot of fun. So I'll hop into it. I was saying before the stream started that my plan for going into this was to delay the opponent's airport while getting my airport very quickly, and then using my airport to secure the lake.
Oh yeah. That's one way to do it. But like, were you like, did you have plans on getting the lab from day one? Like, what your plan was going to be?
I did not have any plans of getting the lab. My plan was just to dominate the lake, and that would make sure my lab never fell, and I would eventually just be able to take their lab. So I didn't have a plan of just racing their lab. It was more to try and control the central harbor area.
All right, yeah, I see. Yeah. Personally, me, I just like, from the beginning, I always have like an idea. I always try and stay like slightly ahead in the lab race. Like if I see enemy like build an APC or something, I'll be like, okay, he's gonna try something. I need to be on top of that immediately, because like that's just the nature of the map for me.
Yeah. Do you have headphones?
Am I making you echo?
Yeah.
I've turned you down really quiet. Is it all right now?
Let's see. Hello. It's still a tiny bit.
Okay. Let me try putting headphones on.
Here.
1 second.
With the micless speakers, it happens. Chirp to test it. I guess you guys can hear. Yeah, you guys can still hear the stream music, so that helps.
Okay.
So I was wondering what the proper start here would be with the initial infantry movement, because I go up here to this like capture chain of the city into the harbor, but at the same time I was thinking about walking straight forward to go for the cities by the river, and I would be able to step across it and go for the city right away, because I wasn't sure how much danger there was to that city, because it is separated by the river.
Is this your first time playing this map?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Me, I honestly don't remember exactly. I think I just went for funds.
You just went for funds too?
Yeah, I just went for like the fastest chain. Although I do think I sent like from the 2 base, for those, you know, those 2 cities in the back behind the port.
Yeah.
I think I sent from the 2 base to get those, and then like kind of prioritized moving my other infantry from the 1 base forward.
Yeah.
Like I went for those 2 in the back last. I think forward capping.
Exactly. You want to get that map control.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think it is probably better to just not go for the funds right away.
Oh, you mean to get the
river city just a little bit faster? Because I do get, in this game, I do get thwarted because ChiliCheese is going to go for a recon here. And that will stop me from... I don't think I ever get this city in the entire game.
Can't you build an RT and then just start capping and cover the infantry with an RT?
I could, but I want to... if I go with the artillery buy, I feel like I'm going to be too slow in delaying the airport. So the nice thing about the recon buy is it's already slowly delaying this airport.
Yeah, it's true.
So I go for the tank because I want to... For one, I want to be able to ward off the recon from being completely unanswerable. But also, I want to hit whatever infantry tries to go for the airport.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
but that does mean I can't go for this city. Which isn't the end of the world, because there are other cities to go for the captures for.
Did you I haven't honestly looked too much in theory on this map before.
Yeah.
But like, did you look into also interrupting his infantry going for the river? Just like mirror interrupt.
Oh, I definitely could have. I just didn't feel like it was as impactful to go for an Andy recon against Von Bolt. But it would have... It would have been able to work, I believe. Because he did the same opening that I did. But I didn't want to delay my income, because I was rushing the airport, as I do right here.
All right, yeah. I think rushing the airport's pretty good.
I think so too, especially as Andy, because even with Von Bolt in the comm tower, the anti-air can't one-shot anti-bombers.
Yeah. Also,
And
if you get copters out really quickly, you can deny some of the cities in his area over there.
Exactly, because you get to also play around the river.
Yeah, it's really annoying for the one base. Also makes the attack on the lab faster.
That's true. And Andy would have a pretty decent attack on the lab.
Yeah, he's got those tactics.
He's got the tactics. He's got the heals. You hear the recon is from ChiliCheese does move over here, stopping me from going for the captures. I want to walk over here and start taking the city.
I think the recon is a good play by Chili.
I think so too. It does get a lot done.
Like it's interrupted. Like it stopped you from going for the city over the river. It stopped you from going for those two now, and like you can't build a tank from the 2 base to reinforce immediately. So it's really annoying. So he's doing a good job.
Yeah, the delay across the river isn't too bad because I do have another city to go capture. But this one across the mountain is really annoying, and you can see my tank does move up. Now this ChiliCheese is going to make a pretty bad mistake on the following turn.
Oh, is he going to move his infantry in range and you just hit it?
He's going to move his infantry in range, yeah. So yeah, now this infantry has to wait a turn before it starts capturing this, and the tank can then come down and cover the capture.
Yeah, I feel like he should have rushed the airport already.
Oh yeah.
He's a bit too slow to even attempt to catch the airport now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably thought that, yeah, you can hit that for sure. Yeah.
So this is something that happens to a lot of people when they're playing high funds, is they don't realize that trading out units for infantry, like the equation changes.
Exactly, yeah, because of the higher cap rate of the funds, exactly. Like if you play a lot of standard, you don't realize the value of it.
Yeah, you'll be like, there's no way they would ever trade a tank just to hit, not even kill the infantry, just to hit the infantry.
Exactly.
But here it's like, it's devastating, because not only does it stop, like it's going to pay for itself by delaying the airport for so long, but it also stops the air units being built.
Yeah, exactly. It also means you're probably going to get the first attack on the lab. You're just there with the air units faster, because your airport, you've already got it.
I do, yeah. Oh, knocked all the way down to 3.
Yeah, you hit it there. Yeah, it's good, because now he doesn't even get to cap anything.
Yeah. If you wait till it like starts capping, then it has 10 points already, and then you're only delaying it by like 3 or 4 turns. But this delays it by, I mean, the 3 health infantry might as well not start capping the airport.
He needs another infantry now. Yeah.
Exactly. He's got so many tanks here. So this tank will die for this, but like the worth is massive. And then building a Neo tank down here was to try and force ChiliCheese to build a Neo tank on the 2 base side. It's like answering Neo tank to Neo tank. And that will keep the investments that ChiliCheese can make at the top really low. And then if there's just a single anti-air, then I can forever fight that by just building bombers.
Yeah, exactly. Or even like small tanks would probably be pretty good, and you could also interrupt some of his caps.
That's true.
Because now I imagine that your copters... I think bombers probably are better than copters at this point.
Yeah, I just don't have... I got the air too fast. I don't have the funds quite for the bombers.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the reasons why I love high funds, because you can do stuff like this. Whereas in standard, you would never sack a tank for an infantry. It's just not worth it.
It's super not worth it in standard, especially because in standard, if you don't get your airport right away, it's not a huge deal because you can spend all your money very effectively just on your bases. But in high funds, you have so much money that not having your airport's just completely not having another production facility.
Yeah, exactly.
There's like no excuse not to be building
standard. I think delaying that airport would be pretty good.
It would still be pretty good. Yeah.
Because it's just that important.
Yeah, ChiliCheese did go for a strangely early tower cap. I think that was just because there's a capture chain off of it. And the recon does hit me. It knocks me down to 4, which is very annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Was it arranged to go to 5, I guess?
I think so. But yeah, because it wouldn't have worked unless the ChiliCheese had the the comm tower. So the comm tower pays for itself a bit there. It costs me another 2k.
All right. I wonder if he calculated that. That'd be really impressive.
You might have. See here, I did prioritize going for this harbor pretty quickly. Much faster than ChiliCheese, but ChiliCheese has been a little bit starved of infantry over here because so many vehicles have been built.
Yeah, exactly. I think he realizes the value of the airport. Like, he didn't realize it at first, but I think he realizes it now.
Right? That's how it always goes. You're like, oh, it's fine to just walk down here, and then they stop you, and you're like, oh.
Yeah,
that's actually really important.
Yeah, exactly. Because in these high funds games, usually the player who's dictating the course of the match, like the player who's attacking the lab, the player who's forcing builds on their strong side and stuff like that, usually has control of the game for like a good all the way up to the end usually.
Yeah.
They just dictate like, oh, there's a threat here, you got to react to it. There's a threat here, you got to react to it. I've noticed this from watching X123 play. He just creates threats so quickly, and then the opponent is always reacting to it. And that's kind of what you're doing here.
So now there's a Neotank chain from ChiliCheese, which is going to be pretty difficult for me to deal with. I did build an artillery because I was a little bit worried.
I don't hate Cheese's position, honestly. I mean, like, he hasn't got the airport, but it's not over. Like, he's got Neotanks, and he's bearing down on your lab. Like, he's turning them from defensive units into an offense soon. So he's not doing too bad, but the problem with the Neotanks is they can be stopped pretty easily by like battleships and stuff.
Yeah, I did build the artillery to potentially maybe go for the city, definitely defend my lab, maybe hold off some Neotanks.
Yeah.
But I don't really have any fear of losing the lab because I do have this harbor, and ChiliCheese doesn't have, like, it's just now starting to capture this harbor. So I can always build a battleship and defend myself.
Yeah. I believe you do build battleships later, don't you?
I do. Because I build battleships because they don't die to bombers in one hit, and they make really good magnets.
Oh, yeah.
They cost a lot, and then they have like nothing else around them.
Yeah, and then they
what I put next to them.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do with Andy.
I have to run away. I don't quite have the placement to deal with this anti-air this turn. I do move up here, hit this Neotank, and this is another
Andy play.
Yeah, I have no fear of allowing this Neotank first strike because it will just knock me down to 5, and I can just fall back to my artillery and my other Neotank. And then once I have my super, I'm back up to full.
If I was him here, I would just kill your little tank.
Exactly, that's what you should do.
I would just kill the little tank and maybe can you stop your Neo from retreating and then hit it twice next turn maybe?
You can't stop my Neo from retreating.
But he can bully it. He can bully it for sure. Bully it, make it go back next turn and kill your tank.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can bring both Neotanks over and then I'm going to have to retreat. You could also kill the tank and then try and harass down here, but then my Neotank can come down here and then I've got the double Neotank back up. But because the infantry moves onto this city, can't lock my Neotank in here. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Otherwise, that would be very, very bad.
That would be very bad, yeah. But yeah.
So, classic little Andy place. Now, he is going to make the mistake and hit the Neotank.
Oh, yeah.
Which means that I don't lose any units here. I just get 2 units knocked down to 5.
Yeah, and he hits the tank as well. The tank's going to heal too.
Yeah, it's Andy being Andy.
Yeah, exactly.
Could have hit my Neotank with that tank. It wouldn't be the worst. I mean, you would still take some nasty recoil, but or retaliation.
Well, the Neotank would actually start taking damage after that point.
Yeah, it would actually. I'd have to like actually repair it rather than just have it stand around.
Yeah, if it goes below 5, it's actually taking damage as Andy.
Exactly, as Andy. And the other thing about hitting the Neotank is it gives me a ton of charge. So now I can do a whole bunch of like belligerent moves that, if they get punished, gives me the super to then.
Yeah, exactly. Like Andy is really good if you use him right, like this. Like he can be really good, but he can also be like kind of mediocre if you don't use him right. Because like if he's got all of his units in max health and he just uses superpower, then he just gets like 10% firepower boost and +1 movement for 6 stars.
Yeah, he's like a bad max.
Yeah, he's like Adder, like maybe bad Adder. It's terrible. But like if you use him right, then yeah, he's a really complicated CO. I might make a video about just him.
And he's my favorite CO.
He's your favorite?
Yeah. I think
really?
he's the best designed.
Oh, I didn't realize he was your favorite. I thought Sammy was your favorite for some reason.
No, I hate Sammy. I play a lot of Sammy. I think Sammy's awful.
You chose Sammy against you chose Sammy in the A Mariner Cup round, which was kind of surprising. I didn't expect anyone to pick Sammy.
I
thought it was just going to be Eagle Olaf.
Yeah, you still pick Sammy if you pick who you think might be good. Especially if I'm against Talos, I'm trying to avoid getting a mirror.
Oh yeah, okay.
But yeah, I don't think Sammy's that good. I mean, Sammy's good, but she's just so hard to play.
In high fun, she's not. She gets bumped down a little bit.
That is very true. Although I don't think. Oh no, I do have a loss in high funds on my alt in playing Sammy. Sammy versus Von Bolt, which was awful.
Yeah. As long as your properties are guarded, she just gets bullied with vehicles.
Yeah.
Don't fall for any shenanigans, and you're good.
So here's another Andy play: to build the bomber in range of the anti-air.
Yeah, because you don't care.
Yes, exactly. I don't care. The anti-air can come up here. It can hit me. It can't kill me. You need 30% to even get a chance to kill. So it can knock me down to 1, and then at my turn start, I would repair up to 3, and the super would push me all the way to 8, and then the tank plus the bomber would be able to kill the anti-air.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah, that's another good play. Okay, so ChiliCheese's position is now starting to look pretty ugly for me. Due to him hit it after this turn right here, Chili's last turn. I think his position was like mish, but still doable. But now I see him kind of losing.
Yeah, it's rough. Especially because now I get this harbor because he moved down here.
He hasn't got the airport yet. You've delayed it by like how many turns?
I don't even know. So many.
6 turns or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, now your area is starting to come out, and he's gonna have to react to all of them.
It's hard to deal with it. We're gonna see just how nasty the air units are in this this lake.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I remember this. I know what you're talking about. The sub, I know.
Yeah, the poor sub.
Yeah, I can't wait for chat to see.
Yeah.
I've already seen it. I know what you're talking about. Like I was like, oh no, don't build a sub, please.
I know.
I felt bad for Chili.
So here ChiliCheese is now like, well, I can't really attack down here into like artillery and the neo tanks and the super and all that. So now there's a huge push coming in towards this lab. Oh, there's only 1 infantry. I'm not too worried, but lots of neo tanks.
Yeah, it seems like he wants to go for an attack on your lab soon.
That's what I thought was happening.
I mean, I think he's just like, okay, I got the airport. Those 2 cities I'm probably not gonna get those, so I'm just gonna attack the lab as quick as possible. Seems what he's doing.
I think that's the idea. I think it's like, well, the air units are a big problem, but they're kind of far away. If I just take the lab, then I win the game.
Yeah,
that's the idea. And here I'm just gonna try and take a whole bunch of properties.
You kind of need air units as well. You kind of need bombers to attack the lab, because what do you do about a battleship on the backport?
Exactly.
Like you can't really do it with just ground units.
Yeah, you can always build a battleship.
Yeah, and also the bombers are great for taking out the artilleries that defend and stuff.
Yeah.
You kind of need the air units now that I look at it properly.
And here I'm going to start being really annoying and put pressure on this airport. I'm not able to stop it from being captured, but I'll be able to put infantry, because all these units moved up towards the lab, I'll be able to put infantry kind of in range to start capping it if it's ever not producing a unit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's pretty clever, yeah.
And here I do build the battleship, and that does cover this port down here. Very, very handily. It saves the... You can protect the capture.
Yeah, it's great for defense because he's only got ground units.
Exactly.
Valuable ground
This one
units
hasn't
to
been
all
captured. And then after one turn, the battleship can take a central position and cover every single opposing harbor. So any boat that gets built can get shot by a battleship and then taken out by air.
Yep. Also, it's an anti-battleship, so it's a pain in the ass to sink because you have to
so
hit
hard
it.
to kill.
You have like the first hit doesn't really do anything because you just heal it. You have to hit it
Exactly.
twice. Yep.
And
Hand-
because
Handy's
I'm
really
against
good.
Fumble, it means that the Fumble supers will just hit the water. Well, they'll hit the battleship.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can even try and build like a sneaky black boat, and like try and cover some ports with it.
That's true.
And that
Okay,
would also
there's-
create a magnet.
And there's the sub from ChiliCheese, which I understand buying the sub.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, they built a battleship, I'll build a sub. Although even in this situation, it's not super great because the battleship can move out of range and then the cruiser is built and then,
Yeah.
hold the line. But this is really, really bad to do because
You just block it. Yeah.
there's only one exit tile. Yeah.
I know. I trust you saw this. Like, I'm trusting you came back to the game, and I'm like, I bet Go7 the first thing he saw was block the.
I know,
I just had a
the sub.
feel. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I saw when I looked at this position. When I followed the game, I clicked on the game, so the position opened up. I was like, you can block that sub.
Yeah, it's really mean too because the anti-air is here. It's like I'm protecting the port from the air, but because the sub blocks the port,
You basically have to delete your sub.
you have to delete your own sub in order to kill a battlecopter. The value.
Yeah. That probably is the best move.
I think so too.
For the blunder.
Because there's no world in which the sub ever gets out.
No,
Because the airport's been so delayed.
absolutely. Unless a fighter comes. Does a fighter reach that tile in 2 moves?
Might 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yes, it does.
5, 6, 7. Okay, so yeah, fighter, either a fighter or delete your sub is the only way out.
Yeah, I mean you can also dive the sub for sure.
I think a fighter would probably be pretty good too, because you can send it up for defense. You can send it towards the bomber, and while you're doing that, you can free up your sub
That's true.
by scaring away the copter. That's probably the play to save it.
And then also, ChiliCheese attacks this port infantry. It is covered by the battleship, but
Oh, why do you do that?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. It looks like he just wanted to cover your port.
I think so. So we
Yeah,
can
but
build
also
a
you
battleship
can
here.
Kill your other infantry for free, because now you've got.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
you can't shoot twice.
I don't know if it's for free, but it still costs the Neotank health. Although I almost didn't fire on this Neotank, being like, I guess I don't really care about these guys. They're kind of stranded over here. But this infantry is now in range to start potentially capturing my lab, which is
Yeah, but you can defend it with a battleship from your back port, and he hasn't got nothing to deal with the battleship.
yeah. I mean, I can just use the artillery, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
The battleship from the back port is complete pain to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. You need bombers for that.
And then up here, another anti-air gets built. So double anti-air will be enough to deal with the anti-bombers. But everything has to fall so far back.
Yep.
Here we'll go up. We'll hit the subs. So, it's a tiny bit of
Yeah, just a salt in the
repairs.
wound.
I know. I'll try and kill off a bunch of infantry and threaten to go for the lab myself.
Oh, you send your bomber down. Okay.
Yeah. So the idea here is that the bomber wants to hit the sub. Or do anything else, really. So I'll just move it down here. As long as I'm still in range of the port, I'll be pretty happy. In case
You want to hit his
the
sub?
sub gets deleted and the anti-air comes over or whatever.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Oh, yeah. So you're defending your own lab by threatening the Neotanks, and you're also got this threat of the port.
Yeah. I'm also threatening to hit over here. There's lots of really good threats.
Can't he just submerge the sub?
He can just submerge the sub. I also build a cruiser, I think. Maybe not this turn. I did expect him to start sending air units towards the lake, so I was like, a cruiser's going to be useful.
Yeah.
Which is a rare thing to say about a cruiser.
I wonder if you had built a if you had built an anti-air earlier, and if you lock his airport now, you just win on the spot.
I think if I had an anti-air, he wouldn't have all of these Neo tanks. Just to, I think he would have seen that as a big threat. But yeah, I do have the situation over here where I'm presenting another Neo tank first strike. But it would be really, really bad for ChiliCheese to go for this Neo tank first strike.
Yeah, you
from the airport onto my Neo tank.
Exactly.
Yeah, I heal up, I can kill it with these 2 Neo tanks, and then the 4 movement would let this infantry start capturing the airport.
Yeah, that would be it's literally a trap. It's a trap.
It's literally a trap. Yeah. It's like you could, you know.
I can't remember if he goes for it or not.
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
That was very sad. But it was more anti-tactics.
Yeah.
And then yeah, this whole time I'm deciding if I want to move the battleship off and build something else at the port, or if I just want to fire, and I believe I fire at the end. Just as a measly 4 damage to the Neo tank, and then I build a mega tank, because there's triple Neo tank moving in over here.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can park that in the lab, he's going to have a hard time getting it off. And pretty much means that your attack is going to be faster.
Yeah.
Your attack is already faster, because you've got air units, whereas he hasn't. And you need them to deal with potential defending battleships.
It's true. So he just builds a bomber, which is definitely the right play. I mean, you could also build a fighter. I guess the fighter has the worry of me just surrounding it.
Yeah, that's true. You could just... Yeah, that would be painful. Does this bomber one-shot your Neo tank?
The bomber would one-shot my Neo tank. That's pretty scary.
Oh yeah, it's Von Bolt. I forgot.
Very rudely stands on the city to stop me from starting the capture. Although I don't think it would be really safe for me to start that capture anyway.
No.
Okay. Then for some reason the sub doesn't dive, which
I think he just doesn't care.
he just doesn't care. He's like, it'll give me more charge.
Yeah, you're just sapping free funds from him now by just hitting that thing.
Yeah. Got all the infantry. I do send the mega tank over here. I wasn't sure if I wanted to use the mega tank to kind of secure the taking this harbor. I mean, I could. My main goal was to go after the harbor because I was figuring that he could use rockets and artillery and the like to stop me from taking the lab. But I could also use the mega tank to move up here and start capturing his cities.
Yeah. Do you bomb his sub now?
Yeah, because I use the copter to finish off that infantry, and then the bomber becomes the new blocker.
Yeah. But maybe if you killed this sub, if you hit it with copter, bomber, and tank.
There's a chance I could kill it, but the tanks do 0 to 8%.
Okay,
even when it's at like 2.
That's pretty miserable. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was also like
you see that a tank hitting a sub anyway.
Yeah. And I build a fighter because he's built a bomber.
Yep.
And it's gonna get down here really fast. And then I do place my units so that the bomber can't hit the Neo tank. And then the other units are guarded by the anti-air. Every turn I get to threaten that I have 1 more movement than I actually do, because I could always go for an attack that would give me my super.
Yep.
Yeah, you build it.
Attack, you get your +1 movement, and he has to react to that. So Andy just gets more and more annoying as he gets more power.
Yeah, so for like the last 7 turns, ChiliCheese has to act as though I have my super, and I don't even have my super. It's like...
I think ChiliCheese could have been in pretty good position if he just gone for his airport faster, didn't hit your Neos, and like fall into like the trap of 5 HP. Like I think Von Bolt would actually be pretty good.
I think so too. I think it'd be a lot better than the situation that's going on right now. I'd have to be very careful about my my lab. There is a very large attack going in on it, but there's nothing over here that can deal with simply an infantry and an artillery.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do build the cruiser because I'm like, well, maybe he just forgot to dive it, and he'll dive it this turn. But I do want to clear it off the harbor so I can take it and just have complete port dominance. And then a bunch of infantry just standing in a line over here. I think he attacks this for some reason. And I move the artillery up just to kick him off the city. I want to take it.
Oh, yeah.
Give me my money.
One infantry there trying to cap it, covered by an arty, would be a very cute maneuver.
That's the idea. And a double anti-air, because whenever you're against a bomber, even if it's not an anti-bomber, you're going to want to have double anti-air.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe a von Bolt bomber just one-shots your anti-air on planes, right?
I think so, yeah.
Just like swatting a fly, splat.
Yeah, so he starts going for the lab capture.
Yeah, I don't think I was following it as much at this point. I think I followed the game like pretty thoroughly up until about the sub turn, and I was like, yeah, this is
yeah.
And then I stopped watching it so much.
So he starts capturing this, which I found really weird because there's no real follow-up. I guess I could have set myself up in a situation where I wouldn't be able to prevent this in the following turns. And he also deletes his sub.
He deletes his sub. Yeah, he
deletes his sub, but he doesn't like. He can't really build anything there because there's a battleship and a bomber staring at it. But
yeah, exactly. You got the board now. He could have dove the sub and lasted another turn by waiting for your crew.
I think he just didn't want to pay the repairs anymore because that sub was repaired twice. Once for only 1 HP. It was like a.
Although if your cruiser doesn't get any activity, then the sub was like you kind of wasted money too on the cruiser as well as him wasting money on the sub. You know what I mean? If the cruiser doesn't get to do anything.
If I wasn't against Von Bolt, that would be true. But because I'm against Von Bolt, the cruiser's always gonna be handy.
Yeah.
As a magnet.
They're extra annoying because they take like 2 hits to die, not 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you can use it for defensive. You can use it to defend the battleship against air units. So actually, I think it's good.
He stands on this port. He puts the Neo tank in range of the artillery. I think this is to be like, you don't have to hit the capturing infantry. You could shoot a Neo tank.
Yeah. I wonder if that would work against like an 800 or something.
It might. I mean, there's still the infantry hit. But the really big mistake that ChiliCheese makes over here is that the anti-air is placed in range of my battleship. I mean, the battleship's got like a ton of targets. I guess APC and a bunch of infantry. But it can shoot the anti-air. And now this bomber is completely uncontested.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now you can just roll in and just start eating up Neos.
Yep. Nom nom nom.
Free dudes.
Every turn I do have to make sure that the Von Bolt Super doesn't hit something important.
Yeah, that's true.
So like right here, cruiser.
You could screw you over at this point.
Yeah.
Hits, like let's say it hits your artillery or something.
That would be very bad. If it hit here, it would be very bad.
I'd be like upset at the century.
But yeah, like in this situation, it would hit the battleship, the cruiser, and the blackboat.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you've got the fighter. If the bomber follows up to hit the battleship, you can just kill it with a fighter.
Exactly. Although the bomber can't even reach.
Okay, so now it looks like you have 2 copters. Can you kill his artillery with 2 copters? Because oh yeah, I see what you're doing. You've got +1 range on that copter, which means if he puts his artillery on that tile to defend the lab, you can just sack the 2 copters into the artillery and cap.
I could. Yeah, although this one's going to die to this anti-air.
But I'm pretty sure he's going to put the artillery like where the tank is.
Yeah, I think so. But I am threatening to take the lab if he doesn't stop me.
Putting the battleship on the yellow port opposite the lab also looks very strong, because then you ward off all the artillery.
I could do that, but it would move the Von Bolts.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you could build another battleship in the port.
Yeah. which I believe was my idea. Is I'll just take this port and then build a battleship there. This is I wasn't quite expecting this. So this is if ChiliCheese was Andy instead of on Bolt, this would be a great attack.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The double bombers can kill one anti-air, and then this anti-air can't kill either bomber, but because Von Bolt can't actually heal up his bombers.
Yeah, I don't think ChiliCheese, all due respect, knows what to do here. He's just kind of like floating around.
Yeah.
He doesn't really seem to have a plan. You seem to have like a plan. He doesn't really seem to. I think that was his problem here. He just doesn't really have like a clear like objective.
I think he had one early on with the recon. He's like, I'll do the recon harassment, and then the disruption of the airport happened, and then the sub got blocked in, and at that point, I think he just entered into survival mode.
I think after the sub got blocked in, I think he just like stopped caring.
I think so.
I mean, it is a disheartening thing to happen. You come back.
I know, 20,000, and then you have to delete your own sub. So yeah, at this point,
you're 10 units up and 30k up. It's like 8k in funds up at the end of his turn.
I know.
Or the super.
I know. I do not use Andy Super the whole game. Just always threatening to be used. Drop off infantry, make a little wall, pin in his units that dove in on the poor infantry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is definitely how you want to use Andy.
And you can see, even though these units are so clumped together, battleship, cruiser is where the Von Bolt Super will. It's just ridiculous because they're so good at just firing at anywhere on the shoreline, but also nullifying Von Bolt Super is so strong. Poor missiles.
I think if you're playing as Von Bolt, you really want to play a map like a situation where it's brawly and your opponent has no time to set up a magnet. If it's like a map like this with lots of battleships and stuff like that, it's kind of not good for Von Bolt because it's much easier for opponent to set up a magnet. And once they do, like your 10-star superpower doesn't really do much.
Exactly. And then there's the resign, which is, I think, a very fair resign at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
See, I'm not quite sure what ChiliCheese could have done about once I get the battleship up and running. I'm not sure what ChiliCheese can actually do about that.
Oh, in this situation here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking really bad. Definitely don't build a sub.
You definitely don't build, like, you could build your own battleship maybe, but it has the problem is that my bomber's coming for it.
Yeah, exactly. You just block it again with the copter and just keep hitting it forever. If he builds a battleship. Yeah. You do the same maneuver and then the bomber comes for it and then the bomber replaces the copter on the blocking square and just goes to town turn after turn. So
he doesn't have the other harbor, so I don't think. If
I was yellow here, what would I do? Probably I resign. But if I was forced to play on, I would try and get the airport as quickly as possible.
He does get it.
I would also defend my lab with like an artillery or something. I would play defense and then try and be tricky with air units once they come through.
Yeah. I do agree that the airport has to be like his priority. I think he has to completely ditch this idea of attacking my lab. There's just not enough support for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he could have probably moved his Neo tanks down south and tried to take some of your cities in the south there.
Yeah, he can definitely make me run away over here.
Yeah, exactly, because he's 2 base attacking the 1, plus he's going to get the airport soon. And he could maybe use those units for tempo to move his bombers in later on.
Yeah. I think that's what you have to do. It's just ditch this whole lab capture idea. It's just not going to happen.
Absolutely, because you've got like so many defense options.
You know, there's battleship, there's air units, there's the artillery, there's the infantry across the river. There's too much.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty well guarded. Maybe also one thing I saw X123 do when he played here was he built a lander from his one base and then started attacking where the labs are.
Oh, that's fancy.
Like, that's really fancy. Yeah, he built 2 landers. And it was against shock as well.
Oh, nice.
And he built 2 landers here, and he was shuttling units from the one base across to the lab every other turn. And yeah, he attacked there, and he like took 1 city. But I think he took the 2 cities like near the lab area, the 2 blue ones, the one that your HP is on, and also the one by your bomber.
I could see that. I like that lander idea. That would help a lot because ChiliCheese runs into the problem of this river just completely cutting off all of his troops.
Yeah, exactly. But with the lander, then you basically
then you can drop off like a mega tank or something with an anti-air.
Yeah.
But the mega tank does reach that harbor. That's set up pretty nicely.
Yeah. I think this is another good example of like the video I made recently where your airport gets denied and it's really bad. And this is another good example of that.
Yeah.
Because like the game that Kaqnstorm was playing, like he also just just threw a tank into denying an airport, and it paid off like big time. And that's kind of what you did here as well.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if the tank dies. High funds is so weird.
No, because the tank did its job.
Yeah.
Its job is to stop the airport, and it stopped the airport.
So what the movement that ChiliCheese probably should have done with the infantry instead is the problem here is that ChiliCheese really wants to capture the airport on the next turn. There's just no way to defend the infantry from being hit, so you have to just give up a turn, move slightly less efficiently so you can block the attack route for the tank.
Yeah, or he should have just sent the previous infantry for the airport instead of somewhere else.
Yeah, instead of going for this city capture.
You should have rushed it like what you did.
I think I get there. I might not get there in time. I probably have to build a tank a turn.
I'm pretty sure, like, if he rushes the airport, I don't think your tank gets there in time.
Probably why I rushed it.
Yeah. So same with your side. But like, you got to be, when you're rushing the airport, you got to be sneaky about it. You gotta move your infantry in a way where it looks like you're going for a city, but it's like, no, I'm actually going for the airport. You didn't build a tank, you built an infantry this turn. I'm going to get that airport now, haha. You gotta do it like that though, if you're rushing the airport. Like move the infantry towards the city. Like maybe you build it from the base where the tanks are, the 2 base where the tanks are. Move it towards the back city. And then it looks like you're going for that city.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
that. Yeah, this is something to just keep in mind for anyone that's going to play high funds, is that it becomes way better to sacrifice units to injure infantry. So the ways that you protect your infantry have to be different.
Yeah, exactly.
Usually, it's not always going to be. Usually, it's going to be recons that will sacrifice themselves.
Yeah, if you can get a recon to sacrifice, that's amazing. Like recons they're really dangerous in the openings and high funds.
Right, especially because so many of the high funds maps, there's just like nothing but roads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Usually it's the standard maps that have a lot of heavy terrain. Now that I think about it, yeah, the high funds maps are just covered in roads.
Fog's covered in plains.
Yeah, plains and forests and cities, and then a random lab in the middle.
Yeah, this is the Weege way. That's all because all of those maps are made by Weege, who's a Chinese player, and the Chinese community for their league or version of competitive, they have lab units. So there's always a lab in the middle.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That's why all those maps have them.
What lab units do they usually have? Like a mega tank?
It's bomber, neo tank. Bomber, Neo Tank. Stealth. Bomber, Neo Tank, and Stealth.
Bomber, Neo Tank, and Stealth. Yeah, yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
I'm not a huge fan of it because it makes it so if there's only one lab on the map, Neo Tanks become really hard to answer when you can't build your own or bombers.
Yeah, okay, so it gives too huge an advantage.
That's how I feel about it, but it seems to work for them.
This is in Fog, right? Standard play.
It was in Fog.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if that's the case, I could see it being annoying if you just like playing and then there's a random Neo tank coming out of the Fog, and you need a medium tank taking like forever to get there,
Or a mega tank.
or a mega tank. Yeah.
You can use artillery, yeah. It's just artillery have to be already in position.
But mega tanks can't be that good in Fog, can they?
They can be
Slow, expensive.
They're slow and expensive. They can be good. I mean, like Andy mega tanks will always have a place.
Andy mega tanks, yeah. Andy loves those big, expensive units.
Right?
Exactly. I think that's why he gets a little bit of. He does really well on these maps with like battleships and bomber maps, where basically building bombers and stuff is kind of inevitable.
Anything that can't die in one hit.
Yeah, exactly.
That easily. Their mega tanks are also.
Is this the only game you want me to?
Yeah. But thank you.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. It was fun. I loved watching this game because it was that tactic with the copter made my day.
The poor sub.
Yeah, the poor sub at that sub's expense.
I know.
I got a game against ChiliCheese right now, so.
Oh, do you?
I might cover that when I'm done with it.
Oh, maybe he learned from this match.
It's a very interesting game because I'm using Sonja too.
You're using Sonja.
Sonja, yeah. I'm back on my alt account on Sweet, and I'm just going Sonja against everyone.
In high funds?
Yeah, in high funds, just to see how it goes. Because Sonja is like, I feel like she's got some potential to be really annoying.
You do like those back-to-back supers.
Yeah, because she's like a superpower seer, right? So her superpower gives her basically a defense boost because she strikes first during the confrontations.
Yeah.
And because she gets her power quite often in high funds and she gets that defense boost all the time, she can be like quite menacing. So I'm just like went on my alt account to try and test her playing some games against people, and one of those opponents is ChiliCheese.
Who's ChiliCheese playing?
Adder.
Oh, Adder. Oh, okay. That's a pretty even matchup. I mean, Adder's a higher tier in high funds. Is that right?
Yeah, but Adder's like usually the favorite, right? Sonja is never the favorite.
Yeah. It's not like you're fighting Max or.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think she can take those, but I did win a game against Kindle.
Ooh, okay.
Which is quite tough because Kindle's really good in high funds.
That's true. Kindle's very good.
I think my opponent just seemed to give up because he couldn't see how much health my units had, and we got to the point where there was like 40 units on the map, and so there was
so annoying.
I kept building the same unit, tanks.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't know which one has low health, which one's high health. It's just super annoying, like Sonja.
To track all of that.
Yeah.
Well, good job. I have heard that Sonja High Funds has potential, much more than in standard.
Yeah, I'll definitely cover something about it on my channel when I'm done with these games. But I want to get like a really high level opponent at some point. See if I can still take
I'll send
down,
Starflash your way.
Yeah, maybe.
Starflash hates high funds.
Yeah, so I've heard. Although I've only really played him in high funds. I've played against him many times, but I've never played him in anything but high funds.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank
you for joining, and good luck with your Sonja.
I'm probably going to watch the rest of your stream.
Go for it.
All right. All right. Peace out. See you, chat. Bye, chat. Bye.
I hope you guys enjoyed. We had our nice guest commentary. Turn it on so I can hear my music again. Oh, what a nice song. Cool guest. I know we got to talk about high funds. I hope you guys enjoyed the map or the match. And oh, next I actually have to go on site. Oh, it's a Rishi game. Okay. This is P. Kent versus Rishi. Chasing shadows in Limgrave. Be right back while I set that up. My transition scene. He's still here. Oh, boom, boom. There we go. It's been so long. Chat expand. The big chat. Oh, this map is so tall. I guess I can cut the bottom. I don't get to change the countries or anything. It's on the official website. So Rishi is here, is playing Hawke and Max. Wait. And P. Kent is playing Max and Kindle. So Rishi's lower tier pick was P. Kent's higher tier pick? Rishi, what did you do here? You can't cut off the useless top. That's the tree. But also, it makes the replay the turn order thingy. Rishi with the cheats. They got that Kindle confidence. I think Rishi cheated here. I think Rishi was like, my opponent can play a tier lower in both categories. That's what this looks like. Now, Hawke Max is an interesting combination. On this map, I chose... What did I choose? Humble Andy, probably? Ooh, double Max. I didn't cover my game on this map because it only went 3 days. My opponent, I think they resigned early or they timed out, something like that. So double Max sounds fun. So Max, I would say, has the better day-to-day than Hawke, but you could probably swap between these two pretty liberally. You picked Javier Sammy for the dream. How many comm towers are there? There's only 2. Big dream and the big dream. Sheer intimidation. But yeah. Well, P. Kent has picked below the tiers, which is always a dangerous thing to do. doesn't move the black boat, which is fine. I mean, in this version of Shadows Chase You Endlessly, you don't really have a great thing to block over here with the black boat. It's just that you can still use it to block attacks rather than block captures. Shoutouts to the previous version of the map, which had no black boats and died to Sammy T-Copter Rush. I could see that. I could see that happening for sure. I mean, the airport's right there. So Rishi does deploy the black boat. It now has multiple places it can go to. Ooh, P. Kent doesn't go for the airport right away. Rishi does, which I think has to be the right move. Because, I mean, the copters on mixed base are just so difficult to deal with. It's because they require those very specific responses. Ooh, interesting. And then Rishi decides to step off to the left here, which does set up for this capture chain rather than dealing with this potential capture chain. It's almost possible to just take this harbor, but I think that's more something that Von Bolt can threaten than Hawke can, just because Von Bolt's got that better defense. And Rishi's capturing up this way. Here, let's see what P. Kent has in store here. So this isn't the kind of capture phase that you would like to do. This is more what you kind of like for Rishi. From Rishi, because this infantry could then go for this capture. Oh, it's not that big of a deal because every infantry you build here can go for this capture. So, I mean, this is fine. You just want the airport earlier so that you can build the copter, but maybe it's just too fast because, well, Rishi could build a battle copter here. It would require a triple base. Yep. There was T-Copter available. I don't know what you could do with the T-Copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop off on that mountain. Drop off on that mountain, maybe. Neither player's gone for recon harassment, which I think would be one of the reasons to choose Max. Okay, we have tank on the left-hand side here. Going for a very early comm tower capture. Okay. So, we have a tank built over here. Why? I'm not sure why the tank got built here. I thought at first it was because this tank could hit this infantry, but it can't reach. So I would have imagined that the battle copter would be the buy. Just because the battle copter is going to be really annoying because it can hit either front and it answers the tank nicely. Oh, I see. But Rishi wanted to build a recon. Okay. To stop this capture. But that doesn't actually stop that capture because you can just build a tank. You get first copter every time, yeah. But Rishi decided not to go for first copter, so we'll see how it goes. Tank also threatens to shoot the island city, but copter also threatens to shoot the island city. I'm talking about this one. They both get there at the same speed. Although an anti-air buy here would be able to ward off the copter. I mean, a tank buy wards off the tank. But you're saying that because he can only build one tank, he's gonna have to choose which of these he deals with. Ooh. Does decide to go with the tank over here. it wouldn't even be that big of a deal for P. Kent to allow this recon hit. Because giving up this city capture is kind of rough. Because once the city's finished, then it's gonna be like you never get these cities because they can just interrupt you. Can't go to the harbor. Let's see. Okay, so neither player's built the copter yet. There's not going to be a copter built this turn because it does take 12k to do a triple base without a base skip. I mean, a base skip might be worth it for a copter. And then this infantry, very similar to what happened over here, does back off due to the tank. Okay. So far, I really don't like that this comm tower was captured so early because there hasn't been a single attack in those previous turns. We have our first attack here, but it is within base range, which is always going to be really spicy. Really don't like fighting within base range. Ooh, we do have an interrupt happen on the comm tower. Now, interrupting comm towers, it needs to have a pretty serious payoff. In this case, it's going to stop this tank from doing quite as much damage, whichever tank it decides to attack. But it does cost an entire infantry. Well, I guess Rishi kind of has a choice. Rishi can either kill this infantry or can go up here and interrupt this capture. There's no tank over here to deal with, so it does go for the interrupt. It just lets the comm tower be messed with. And we have a tank chain. Nice tank first strike. Set to just hit back over here. I mean, it's not that big of a deal whether or not Rishi has a comm tower. Rishi did swap over the max for the different day-to-day. Starts capturing here. That's pretty nice. We'll see how P. Kent decides to deal with this. I think you can kill off this tank. The tank. But I guess it works out. This base is slowly being encroached upon. Eventually it's going to tech up and it'll be fine. This does mean that Rishi does get this city. A3, yeah. Ooh, Rishi. Interesting. So Rishi moved up here. It can still interrupt here, just not from the plains. But is also threatening to actually take this city from P. Kent. And okay, but P. Kent actually builds a tank now, so it's not going to be quite so easy as just start the capture block with the tank. You don't think it techs up? I don't think it's going to tech up now either. We do have a copter to join in the tank wars. Now, I'm not a huge fan of max in tags with other COs because the other COs can like use indirects effectively, but then you're swapping over the max feels bad because then all of your indirects suddenly become a lot worse. Rishi comes in, hits that tank, okay. Kills off that infantry. Goes back to heal this infantry up, okay. Ooh. So I think it's probably a fine play to take this city. Just infantry starts capturing tank blocks, but it's also fine to just interrupt this capture instead. We have started the capture. But Rishi decided not to commit. Go hit this infantry instead. That's not covered by the tank. So if the tank stands here, then the infantry can't come through and interrupt the capture, and the only thing that can do so would be this tank. But if the tank's interrupting the capture, it's not hitting the tank. I mean, it wouldn't be like a game-ending play in either case. But being able to take a whole property from your opponent, especially early on, can be very impactful. You build another tank over here. Infantry comes in to interrupt. Currently, the econ has been going back and forth pretty fairly. Oh, this infantry didn't even stop this capture. No, that's right. That's right. It was going to be this infantry, so it went for this capture rather than stopping this capture. But it didn't go with the block follow-up. Okay. Down goes the poor recon. Tank smack. A little weird that they went for that recon attack. I guess they want to clear it up for infantry capture, but they could have killed off this tank. The mech bot over here. Very restrained, and he can't. Oh, it's because I see. It's because he can't swapped Kindle on the previous turn for some reason. It's like, so if Pikant had remained max, this would have worked out a lot better. Copter infantry strike, looking good. All the tanks are getting beat up here. Rishi gets the max force. Comes on in, hits the mech, and then hits the tank. Yeah, that's looking really scary. This infantry gets stopped. Some more infantry first strikes while having the additional stats from the power being active. We have the anti-air. Great anti-air. 3 1-health tanks don't pose too much of a threat. They can try and defend against the copter. Although I guess there might be something you can do with the tanks to like block the way. Up a bit. Helicopter decides to resupply not the battlecopter. The black boat decides to resupply the battlecopter. This is leaving the opportunity for Rishi to go for the harbor, I guess. Okay. Ooh, and Rishi did swap at the end of the turn. So it's not going to be the residual stat boost. But Rishi will be getting charge off of all these engagements instead. Pikant is max, could potentially use a max power. He is going to try and block off anti-air. This isn't going to quite work, sadly, because these tanks are healthy enough to clear the way. But you know, it's the thought that counts. Oof. That hurts. Poor mech. You have the tech up medium tank, but this base is looking like it's about to be just completely surrounded. Be a very sad base. And then Pikant swaps off of max to Kindle. Okay. I feel like, well, maybe there probably just wasn't a good max power there. So down goes the copter. Down goes the tank. Yeah, and at this point, I imagine Rishi's going to pretty much just kill everything off around the medium tank. But double load up of infantry. For a double drop off with, I like this order. It's very good. The 4 health infantry is down here. Only the medium tank can hit it. The only unfortunate thing is that a tank does have to be used. Uh-oh. Yeah, fine. A tank does have to be used to finish this block off. It's a little unfortunate. But on the next turn, the following turn, the copters will be kind of completed. We have a T-copter. This is looking very, very scary for P-Kent. Do have the Urban Blight. P-Kent's getting to the point where it's almost like HQ rush or lose the game. This base is super dead. So it's like kill off the anti-air and then attack the black boat probably. It's like P-Kent's gonna try and trade bases here, but that's not gonna quite work out. Oh, we have the bomber being built. Okay. That works. And this, I'd like to have one more infantry in range of starting the HQ cap. Like this is the only one. So it looks like P-Kent's idea is swap the max at the end of turn, use the max power to give the bomber more move, kill off the black boat, start capturing the HQ. P-Kent's up big time in money. Is 20k, 28k to 23, but I think that's not going to last very long because Rishi's going to be taking P-Kent's stuff. That's a very nice Hawke normal power. It does delay this capture. It's also really annoying to all these standing units. Helicopter does come up here. Yeah, this is why you want another infantry ready. Although I guess with the Hawke power, it wouldn't be at 10 health. Rishi very aware of the danger. It's the medium tank, now he has it surrounded with units that don't super care. And a bomber of Rishi's own, threatening the exact same maneuver. We do have the max force. It should still kill this even though it got healed up to 8, right? Yeah. But there's no follow-up to actually take the HQ. Okay, this base does fall. It's being stood upon. Which is nice. P-Kent does take one city away from Rishi. I think does get to kill off an infantry. It's probably just generate more charge. Base down. I repeat, base down. Yeah. Oh, Rishi doesn't have enough charge for max force yet. Sacrifices the infantry, does do chip damage, hits it with the battlecopter. The battlecopter's here. I think the replay just glitched a bit there. Push to there. We do have the max force. It will clear the black boat, and then the HQ cap starts, and there's no way. There is a way. There's not a way, because the transport copter can pick up an infantry and block this tile. There's no way for the HQ cap to be interrupted. No, there is, because P-Kent did swap over to Kindle. Urban Blight. That's a very good reason to swap over to Kindle. Ooh. Rishi has to hold this for 2 turns. Urban Blight is super forced here. don't think even with 2 turns of prep at this stage can this HQ be saved. Bomber can't attack in here because it would get killed off by the fighter on the following turn. Only a 5 health infantry can start capturing here. So it's going to come down to what he can use to break through on the next turn. It's not looking very promising. Let's swap the max. There will be a max force. She blocks with tanks. Battlecopter, transport copter. Yeah. 1, 2. There's nothing to hit from over here. Yeah, no, that's super unstoppable. But the base is freed. We have another fighter. I imagine Pikant resigns. Can't use his max force. Ooh. I did not see that recon attack. The bomber can die. The bomber actually make it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Has to kill this as well. Really, Pikant right now is really wishing this wasn't a fighter. If it was a bomber, then it could kill this tank. Then let this copter. There's not a follow-up to kill off this infantry. So sad. That was very close. Yeah. Unless there was like a sacrificial attempt to clear this guy. Look at it again. Assume Rishi caps in. Game ends. So is there like... No, I don't even see... If there was like a 4 health infantry over here or something. But there's no way to kill both of these guys. GG. Yeah. Great recon attack, though. Well played. Very, very sharp HQ captures, as one would expect from Rishi, the master of the sharp plays. I'll head back to the replay viewer. Sorry, chat, you're going to be shrinking. Such is the way of life. Hey, we're back. Always a knife's edge, yeah. Right, next we have oh, this isn't the one that Dejus sent in. Someone sent in of Dejus' games. Okay. He just has requested to, or offered to co-commentate one of the games that he sent in. This was sent in by someone else. This is Aegis versus Spoot. Now I don't think I've ever actually seen Spoot play, but I have heard that Spoot is very good. I guess it'll just be at that size. I mean, it wasn't sent in by either. I'll make Aegis Cobalt Ice because I can. Yellow Comet Sonja does make sense. Now, I personally, from my experience, really hate playing Sonja against Andy. Missing those kills on Andy's units is just a dreadful experience, and Andy has a very easy time going for like those Andy attacks to build up charge against your increased counterattack potential. So Andy has more reach to get his super, and he has more units alive for his super. It's just a complete and utter pain to fight. But it's not unwinnable. Somebody stated it makes copter sacks way easier. Aegis and I go way back. We were rivals when climbing the league. So way before YouTube. I even helped him in his very first YouTube video. Oh, back in the day. Okay. Brothers in arms. Okay, so these openings are pretty much what everyone does. You go for your neutral base right away. Looks like he just wants to go for this. Harbor is the closest capture. His base is really awkward. All of his captures are really far away. Both players go for the harbor right away. You have the black one coming back. I think I prefer what Spoot did because it conserves more fuel. Okay, Boomer. Yeah. Go7 story time. So if we look at Aegis's black boat, 47 fuel versus 53, that's a pretty big deal because oftentimes the black boat does get either run out of fuel or close to running out of fuel going through all of these islands, and that's to try and get like this port or this port. And if you have to backtrack to this port, then that costs you a lot of turns. Ooh, Spoot decides to city skip the harbor. Or I guess property skip the harbor. To go for this property fast? Or this one at the same speed that you normally would? Okay. Spoot also goes for the harbor capture first over the airport? That is super weird. Well, that means that Spoot's gonna have slower potential battlecopters, but Spoot might just not want to build any battlecopters. I do not understand the harbor capture at all. Because Spoot's already conserved the fuel on the black. Okay, yeah, this makes more sense to me. Is going for the airport because that's something you can actually use. Sure, we do have the very fast recon, which makes some sense. It will mean that these captures are get going, or a lot slower if this is going to go back and drop off for the airport now. Okay. We have the tank buy over here. I mean, that makes sense. There's been a lot of times that aggression comes this way. On maps like this, I would probably prefer to prioritize going for the airport right away, and then just getting a lot of infantry and using copters with the infantry, because the captures are so the properties are so spread out. You're gonna need a lot of infantry to be going after all of them, and the conflict doesn't happen for quite a while, so you can be pretty happy with delaying everything. I guess this works out slightly better to get this airport. But it does require... I don't think this is worth it with a double infantry for both players. Because it does hurt. Both players are being hurt trying to capture in the middle now, because they've dedicated one more infantry back here than they need to. I think it'd be totally fine to drop off here and just sit here and wait for the capture to finish, then pick it up and go for the harbor, and then wait for that to finish and then go over here and get the airport. I don't think that's a big deal. It's like slightly slower, but it frees up an entire infantry in the early game to capture. Very bad. This is very, very sad news for Spoot. The recon can't make it into this forest, so it goes to this forward city, but it's now in vision range of an infantry, and then it also sees that there's a tank in range, so it's a very sad recon. But no comm tower is going to be here yet, so that will at least be good news for it. But you should just kill this and be really happy with getting rid of the early investment. Ooh, it lived at 1. Oh my gosh! Not only did it live at 1, but the Sonja extra counterattack damage made it do a damage to this infantry. That's very valuable. Yeah. He just must have been so mad. I think he just could have avoided that happening if this one struck first, and then the extra planes defense would work here. The recon can't get away though, so it's still gonna die. But it did get to injure 2 infantry, which is a big deal. Assault generator, yeah. We'll drop off. Looks like Aegis is gonna pick up this infantry, and then pick up this infantry, drop off 1 over here, and drop off 1 up here, which is fine. I don't know what Spoot's gonna do with this infantry. Maybe have it just wait around, or maybe the transport copter. Maybe the artillery. I do like the artillery buy. Lots of really nice forests set up. I like that D just made sure to kill it off with an infantry. Revenge. Okay, recon tank over here. I would expect anti-airs to be built at this point, but or copters, but neither player is doing either, so that's fine. Does step off the airport. And it does get its very own transport copter. Okay. Well, got enough fuel. These captures are now both delayed by a turn. I mean, it's still, I think, a fine trade or a positive trade for Aegis to kill the recon off, but the recon did get to have some value here. Still no anti-airs. Artillery, tank, artillery from this space. It's gonna take so long to get anywhere, and it's to go through forests and around mountains. Ooh, the black boat drop off for the comm tower. That's pretty nice. Okay, we have the mech for the transport copter. I like it. I do like Sonja mechs. They're not as good as Andy mechs are, but they have that turn when the Sonja super goes off. The mechs are suddenly much harder to pick off. Go7 in the rocking chair and a 5T copter. Good on this. Saturday stories time streams from now on. Back in my day, when you were in 1100, you fought Xeronics. And you liked it. You have tanks covering this, so this is looking pretty good. And I agree with this attack. You're not super worried about a Sonja tank coming in and punishing you. We have the anti-air now. Neither player has yet built a copter, so it's like a slow anti-air, but at the same time, it's going to be fine. Here we go. We have our tank first strike, 5-9. That's a pretty good roll. I think this can be a do 4 damage pretty easily. It's a 5 health tank for Andy. It stops an entire capture, so that's definitely worth it for Andy. Slow push coming in here is very nice. We have the mech helping out with the artillery. Be very unlikely for copters to start coming out over here, so I think this is a good play. Yeah, you'd expect the copters to be attacking over here, so the anti-air is built. I half expect Spoot to be like, oh no, copter plus tank's gonna kill me off over here. But luckily for Spoot, he just has not built any copters, so that will not be a thing that happens. We might see the same thing happen here, though, with tank plus infantry to kill off capturing infantry. Let's spot this. Infantry with the tank. Makes sense. Decides not to go for this attack. I probably would have. Maybe not. It's in the center, and Aegis does have a lot of tanks in the center, so might be thinking that Spoot has a lot of tanks in the center. I mean, there would be one tank to do the follow-up hit, but it would stop a whole property. It would be another 5 health tank. It wouldn't be that bad. This over here is a really good push by Spoot. You got the mech covering, you got the tank, you got the artillery covering all these units. Complete nightmare for Aegis to try and fight this. Yeah, I think this would have been fine. That's okay. This tank doesn't get to help, right? 2, 3. Oh, never mind. This tank does get to help. Okay, well that does change it. You don't want to have 2 tanks coming in hitting you as well. A great follow-up on the pressure on this city. This artillery sadly doesn't cover this, but it does cover the recon. Copter on its way, drop off the infantry with the black boat. Pull the copter over here. Anti-air, artillery, infantry, just general buys. No aggression up here, staying nice and restrained. But Spoot does get this city, which I agree with D just not attacking this. That's still really good for Spoot to get the city. Very good on D just to maintain the infantry count here. I think a front switch might be in order now that you see that D just... Well, I think as soon as you see this capture, a front switch is probably in order. Because going for this city, while fine, isn't nearly as valuable as having your own city taken from you. We'll see what D just does here. The front switch could still happen. That tank moving forward. The city got captured. It's really hard to make any more progress up here. I think D just might be attacking. Okay, this is probably a mistake. There are quite a few tank attacks, which is nice. Doesn't get the 30% chance. Kill the tank. Yeah. I think the front switch would have been a lot better. Not that the standing... I mean, the standing army's going to be fine here, at least for now, and it should win the engagement currently. But the problem I'm seeing is that D just doesn't have a very easy way of actually going for these cities. It's getting kind of close to this base, where like these cities are really far away from these bases, so a front switch over here would be really hard to respond to with just reinforcements. He just attacks here, but that's really weird to me too, because this had just been keeping his infantry alive, and now they're gonna get cut off and taken out. That's gonna hurt. So yeah, Spoot sees this whole army here, should definitely attack. Kills or takes out these infantry. Nice mech boost. Tank strike. Tank strike. Kill or take out the infantry. Anti-air. Copter comes in, takes out a tank. Rest in peace, Copter. Shall be taken out. These tanks will also be good to fight. At this point, the front switch would be way too slow, so D just has to just commit to the trading of sides. Kind of lose as little as possible over here and take as much as possible over here. Okay, maybe a little dicey to attack in there, but we do have the artillery in the woods that will help cover it, although the woods won't be shelter for long. Low medium tank. Artillery nicely placed to cover against the medium tank. You have the Copter come in to hit the anti-air. I feel like the 5 health tank... Actually, never mind. I was going to say the 5 health tank would be better at it, but the Copter can't hit anything else, so you might as well hit the anti-air. It's not a huge deal that it takes damage back, because you're going to have the anti-super soon anyway. 5 health tank should probably come in and hit the 4 health tank. I do this spot. Okay. Start moving down here. The 5 health tank did not move. Just wants to be around to be healed up by the super. Fine. I still would have preferred to hit this tank after it. It is important to note that D just doesn't actually see the health of these tanks, but does know it got hit by a tank. Medium tank does take out a 9 health tank, which is probably a roll for Sonja, and it is in the woods, so it will have to be checked on. the artillery strike. I will... Whoa! I was fully expecting this not to die. It is 20% firepower. It's like 50% chance for Sonja to get the kill. So far, Spoot. I don't think I've seen an unlucky roll for Spoot yet, but... 4 health does 4 damage. Wow. Pair up to 5. I like it. Spoot's playing the new buffed Sonja that doesn't have bad luck. Okay, we're gonna see a bunch of these first strikes. Oof, that's a painful one. Kill the art. Medium tank. Fire on it with the hyper upgrade. Got the infantry. Got this recon. Copter strike on the medium tank. Start going for this capture. Okay, you have a Neo tank coming forth, which will be pretty big pain for Spoot to deal with. Although it's not the worst thing for Spoot because Sonja does want to build bombers because on their super turn they're very anti-air resistant. Strike on this anti-air. Aegis is keeping track of the injured tanks. Takes one out. Over here, Spoot's getting some nice traction. He's going to get this city. And the attack on this mech, this is what I was talking about. Mechs on the Sonja turn, the Sonja super turn, they're a lot more durable. They hit hard. Third shot. Ooh. Capture on the comm tower, but there isn't a way to stop the copter from preventing it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The anti-air doesn't even get in range to kill it off. Aegis is going to go for the city, although the frontline infantry for Aegis are pretty much, or is going for the city. The frontline infantry for Aegis are almost all gone, so the pushing into the base is going to very quickly have very little gain. I think that was a bad roll, although not the worst, because Aegis is with extra firepower. Or extra defense, I should say. Okay. So Aegis is looking really nice in unit value, but behind in unit count. So this is going to be playing into Aegis's mental game, in that he can't see that he's doing really well in unit value, but he can look at the kills to death. Open the stats here, where he's lost 14 units, only killed 10. But the 10 he has killed are worth a lot more. He's killed 5 infantry in comparison to losing 10 infantry. So, well, actually, this is keeping track of the injured units though, so he doesn't see this number. It's letting us know that 12,800 has come from damage dealt to the medium tank, and 24,500 has been dealt to tanks, but only 1 tank has died. So over 3 tanks worth of value has been lost, but only 1 has actually fallen. And it's really hard to keep track of all of that information as the game progresses. So Aegis is probably feeling like he's really far behind at this point. Although killing off the medium tank will make him feel really good. I don't like this though, like it's pushing way too far forward. don't even know if Spoot's gonna be able to punish it that hard though. I mean, the copters. The tank can't reach this anti-air, so we'll see. Sonja like finally failed to kill an infantry. Oh, this guy. Down goes the tank. Anti-air gets to kill off this copter. Recon. Copter takes out the recon. Tank has hit the tank. We have enhanced vision by Spoot. That's times of desperation right there. For the extra stats, I think, because I don't think there was a forest or a vision problem that Spoot really had. Bunch of injured units. Ah, the anti-air does get to kill off that anti-air. That's pretty big. Almost have a Aegis super. Enhanced vision again into Andy super does hurt. And Aegis is going to get both of these cities. Which is a really good pick-off. But over here is looking kind of dicey. How Aegis decides to deal with these captures. So the end of Spoot's... the super is not quite here. Spoot's not looking too good with the unit value, especially for having just used power. Neo tank comes in, kills off a tank. Anti-air comes in, kills off a copter. Get the property. Copter comes back, hits the infantry. Kill it off. Stay out of the anti-air's range. We're going for this property. There's a wall in for this artillery. It's looking pretty good. It's going to be, are these properties being traded with Spoot here? I feel like D just really needs to build a big boy unit to help crack this. You can see that. Yeah, I would also feel pretty good if Sonja had to use the power. Oh. That might have been a bad one. He's able to crack this. Infantry out. Finishes off this tank. Kill the artillery. Pretty nice attack by Spoot. And over here comes that infantry. This infantry would still have the mech in range to protect these tanks, which is nice. Oh my gosh. Spoot risking it all with the 1 HP infantry fight as Sonja. Does get the kill. Still way ahead in unit count. But still not doing great when it comes to unit value. Just does still have untouched Neo tank, so this copter should also die here. The anti-air. A bunch of these tanks will get taken out. Just attacks into. Well, I guess it's fine. The mech was already okay. Off infantry spots. Goes the copter. So it looks like Aegis is not going to use the super this turn. Which is fine. That does mean, I guess it's fine to not use the super this turn. That does mean that Spoot will have 2 powers in a row Probably, maybe even a super and a power within the range that Aegis had a single super. Got some of these infantry. Anti-air comes in and takes out this copter, but that's fine for Aegis because now the anti-air dies and the other copters will be able to kind of do whatever they want. Spoot does go for another enhanced vision. Does see pretty much everything. Sees another copter. Sees this artillery, so should feel. It's probably going to feel pretty bad over here. Ooh, the anti-air comes in and kills this copter. Oh, this one was in range too. Or no, it wasn't. Okay. So Spoot's kind of holding on here a little bit. This artillery could be big. If we can get a hit on the Neo tank. But this there needs to be at least an anti-air here, if nothing else, yeah. Because this is super dead and there's 2 copters to dive in over here. Yeah, Shadow, I can delay your game. So Aegis is even further behind in unit count, but still ahead when it comes to unit value, which is not something you see every day. But I think it's just that so many Aegis infantry have been picked off. Yeah. Spoot has lost 8 infantry. Aegis has lost 19. 11 more, which is almost a complete unit count difference. First strike on mech. We can interrupt this capture. Probably gonna be the super turn. Well, maybe not. Healing up this tank when it's in range of artillery. Probably good. Tank didn't get the kill on the tank. Oh no. Now Aegis would feel really, really silly about using the normal power or the super. I think Aegis definitely should use the super this turn. But would have wanted to do the Neo tank strike against the tank and this tank strike against the artillery, or maybe it was the copter strike, after the super was activated. Doesn't use it. Well, it would have healed up this tank, which would be nice, and you would also feel really comfortable attacking in with this tank as well. I'm surprised there wasn't a super used there. Oh, because of Bomber. Oh, you're talking about the fighter. Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about... I thought you were saying that D just didn't use the super because he thinks a bomber's going to hit his Neo tank and he wants to heal it up. Yeah, the fighter makes total sense against Sonja. Oh my gosh. Spoot getting them kills. Something you'll experience if you're playing Sonja is every time you want an infantry to kill a tank, it will fail. So many injured units. Who's been keeping them alive? Artillery backs off. We have a Neo tank of Spoot's own, ending the turn down 20k value. He's just completely out of vision over here. Okay. Not sure why I guess the anti-air is trying to get vision over here. Pull out the tank. Off the mech. that mech. It's looking pretty good. It's been up by 2k income for quite a while now, too. I think kills off the infantry. This anti-air dying is going to be really sad. And Spoot at this point is going to be able to actually take these cities back. He just actually closed the unit kills by quite a bit there. Now there's been more infantries in discrepancy killed in comparison to the unit counts, so you've killed more vehicles. Will feel good. Yeah, he just has a recon on its way. It sadly got killed off because things got a little overextended. Ooh. Okay. Trying to kill off this tank. Does the anti-air do it? Nope, but the 2 health tank does get it. Don't know what the odds are there, but that looks mighty fishy. Mechbot has been doing well. Copter. Spoot's got kind of completely routed over here. Now he just, I think, has to super this turn to get these captures to make these 10 health infantry. Let's kill off the copter. The anti-air. The mech. It's not going to super because otherwise the capture would start now. So Spoot's going to get 3 powers in. I mean, D just is doing really well in unit value. Maybe a little too chill on using the super. 7 health infantry tried to get the kill. That would have been the most criminal thing ever if the Sonja infantry got that kill. I mean, I know we just watched me play a game where I was Andy and I didn't use the super the entire time. But it was a little bit different. My opponent also wasn't using it. I think it might be hoping for too much perfect. I mean, it does discourage some things. Like, it discourages Spoot from ever attacking in the way that doesn't completely kill the unit, because you just would, in theory, pop the super and completely heal out. I thought for sure the super would get popped to take these cities, though, because it's a lot faster to capture with 10 than 5. And there's other units that we're fighting and get healed up and all that stuff. Okay. We'll just walk on over with other. So it's looking like Spoot is indeed going to get 3 powers in. Or 2 powers and a super. Things are starting to stall out, which I would say is beneficial for Andy. Start capping with the 5. Or just in. Okay. Moving into the artillery range again, but okay. You have another recon. He just has definitely caught on to the fact that the vision has been a real problem throughout this whole experience. is up 60,000 in unit value, and it actually caught up even in unit count for now. I mean, still technically behind because you should be ahead, but at the end of your turn. Okay. You have tank plus mech. The Neo tank even gets the kill, and then we have the counter break. Then does 8 damage to the copter. Fluffy, what is your take on these Sonja rolls? Because I'm looking at these and I'm like, that's not my Sonja. My Sonja would never. You just say yes. Oh, Spoot captures the lab, the sign of dominance. But even after that attack, Aegis is still ahead in unit value. Outrageous. Beating up the recon, charging in and beating up this mech. Let's go for the strikes on this Neo tank. And something to keep in mind, when Sonja has her super active, she doesn't get that plus 50% counterattack damage because she's actually first striking rather than counterattacking. So this is safe to go for and then use a super. Ooh. A deep dive fighter. A little bit. Back off. The black bow. Oh, the black bow's down to 4 fuel. You build an APC to save it. No. Black boat left to sink. Well, the idea I think from Aegis here is maybe Spoot only has 1 anti-air, in which case the fighter will live. And if Spoot has 2 anti-airs, that means that the anti-airs aren't hitting copters. I think that's what's going on. I mean, the fighter's probably. Get stopped. Aegis is way ahead. Smack on the fighter. Has to decides to stay and fight with the Neo tank. Ooh, fighter's not gonna die. Well, that's really good news for Aegis. Spoot might try and trap it. Let's get the copter strike. Copter blocker. Just can free it. Not too tough. Spoot trying to move in over here. He actually has quite a bit available front at this point, so should be totally fine. Let's decide to kill off this tank to free the fighter. I think there is is that just the best way to do it? The artillery sadly can't fire on anything. You can use... Might be better to go copter kills T-copter, Anti-air kills copter, tank kills anti-air, neo-tank kills neo-tank. Recon kills like an infantry. There's also this copter. Tank. Be the fighter. Okay. Still does this. It's in the opposite order, sure. I think they just got a little too focused on freeing the fighter before looking at the rest of the turn. I think that could have been better. Sonja has day-to-days and Andy's doesn't. I wouldn't say that Sonja's day-to-days are that great in comparison to just being vanilla. The bad luck more than offsets the extra counterattack damage. The extra vision, though, is really good. Although Spoot hasn't really been having that much bad luck that I've seen. But also, it could just be a lot of the rolls are like... Or a lot of the damage numbers. Like, this might be like a really high 8, for instance. Ooh, the follow-up Neo-Tank strike. Counter break, and then pulls off the Neo Tank. Hurts even more now that this Neo Tank came over here to kill off this tank rather than killing off this Neo Tank. Does attack in here. That's not a great trade. It's a 9 health. Copter for a 6 health. Well, I guess it's against Andy though, so it's really a 9 health copter for a full health copter. Wow. My Sonja anti-air would never. Four damage, 3 health. Maybe it will. There. Failed to kill the copter. Hyper upgrade. This is why the fighter not dying before is really nice. It's back up to 9 health. Kill off the copter. Here, beat up this. Operation kill everything around the Neo Tank. Always fun. Recon sadly has to move into dangerous ranges. What? Well, that's the mental game getting you right there. Sonja gaming indeed. He just must have been looking at the stats. Although at the end of that turn, he just must have not been looking at the stats at the very end. I mean, he was still down 2 in the kills to death, but so many of them are infantry. Yeah, that can happen. I mean, in Fog, you don't see these numbers. You only see your own. And a lot of the lower value here for Spoot is injured units, which the game isn't keeping track of for you either, for the damage done there. The Neo Tank did get taken out, although this Neo Tank is looking like it's a little bit of trouble. The mental aspect is tough. This can happen. That's why the unit loss little option tab is always something that you take into consideration, but you don't live by. Yeah, the question marks are not helping. And Deegis is probably thinking, like, I'm going to lose this city. I don't have an answer to this Neo Tank right now. The artillery is going to get to fire on me. And just doesn't quite realize that, like, overall, way ahead in the army value, especially over here, to be able to crash on through. But that's okay. It happens. It was just really weird that the resign happened after Deegis had like a pretty decent attack in. Usually those resigns happen like at the start of the turn, rather than kind of mid-turn. So Shadow isn't here right now, so we will skip over. Apparently typoed in the description. That's okay. Jeppy against AutoSpinCurb. Oh, look, they're already Yellow Comet and the Penguins. It's the same map. It's Sonja against Drake instead of Sonja against Andy. Father. Oh, father. Okay. So Sonja kind of struggles against Drake. But Sonja kind of struggles against almost everyone. Her best matchups in tier 3 are Lash and Kindle, which isn't great. By best matchups, I mean the ones she loses the least of. You AutoSpinCurb doing the same route. I mean, I could just be totally wrong, but I feel like dedicating 2 infantry for this is not great. This black boat for Epi Jeppy did not go back, so we're gonna have to see a different route. Looks like it's gonna pick up the infantry from here instead, which is fine. It just means you get this capture later, but this doesn't really have great follow-up. It's the same. I guess it gets this one in 2 turns afterwards. Okay. Go back to the airport. AutoSpinCurb does not build a vehicle. Does do the same thing as Spoot did. So he just kind of struggles, yeah. Ooh. Get the city skip to go for this city, alright. Have the recon, get the tank over here. The recon doing the same thing that Spoots did, but in this case it's going to be fine. It's not going to get jumped by a tank. Recon infantry. infantry looking good. It's not scouted by any of these other infantry. Looking kind of plot. So this is what I think. Probably. Wait for it. Although I think I probably still would have picked up a bit. Maybe not. Maybe it's better from here. Let's get this airport. Although getting the transport copter off of this, it's not bad. It does mean that this infantry does come back home to start with the the captures pretty quickly. All these mountains just getting in the way. They're kind of hiding out in the woods. Does spot all of this. This it sees the tank. Ooh, it sees that the tank doesn't cover this infantry, so we'll probably see a strike happen here. We'll see. We have a very fast battlecopter. Yeah, come and hit this infantry. Very nice. Just out of the range of the tank. Went for this very forward capture. Now, in standard and high funds, going for these really forward captures is often very beneficial because you can see when your opponent's coming for them and you can kind of respond accordingly and then hold the property. But in Fog of War, oftentimes jumping really far forward for captures can be kind of detrimental because you go for this capture really fast and then you have to leave it, go like capture other things, and then your opponent comes over and just takes it from you. Because they went for like a closer capture, so they have more money for vehicles, and it can be rough. But sometimes it also works out if you can follow this up with an artillery in these woods, for instance, then it would make a lot more sense. Because then you have a way of actually holding it. So this recon hit on this infantry is really nice. It's delaying these captures by quite a bit. That didn't improve the standards of superior mode. Don't have the T-copter. AutoSpinCurb does get the kill. It's not guaranteed. Recon infantry with no firepower boost. It's very likely, but it's not guaranteed, and it will let you down when you need it the most. Okay, copter moving forward. T-copter. Capture. Yeah, I think the city's gonna fall. Sonja fairly soon. Well, the AutoSpinCurb's capture game has been looking like it's better. Maybe this is just a stronger way to go. Standing on the city with the tank. It's a little bit daring, but it's probably fine against Sonja. You only really get punished if there was like an artillery in these woods. Capture's catching back up. Interrupt that capture. Drop off over here. We have the mech build. I do like the Sonja mechs. Usually you build them when they're in, like ready to drop, be put into a transport. I like over here. Looks like Epi does have their eyes set on this city, as they should. So it's so exposed. Infantry is taken out. Another capture going for. And over here for AutoSpinCurb. The little expedition force of infantry. This is looking pretty nice. The infantry are forward here. We got the tanks ready to back them up. very restrained over here, not like trying to go for the city. Although AutoSpinCurb could probably get it, but there's no way to know that the army's kind of moving this direction rather than over here right now. We would have seen the artillery with the recut. Mech dropped off. Usually you don't want the mech exposed on one side. That's something you can do if you're like Andy and you can heal up the mech. But not so much so as Sonja. These infantry don't have great follow-up behind them, so they're just going to get taken out. And then the cities will still get captured. And at this stage in the game, it's not like delaying 1k income is going to super matter in comparison to having another unit. Obviously, getting a kill over here is nice. So, in general, once you're in like the mid to late game with most of the properties captured, you don't want to send your like weakened side infantry forward to interrupt neutral captures unless you have some sort of follow-up to make sure the capture doesn't actually happen. Because it's not worth losing an entire unit to delay for a single turn. He's gonna pull the trigger over here. Some nice boost plays over here with the mechs. Get one tank strike happen. That's not great if there's there's no more follow-up. Oh no. Well, this is gonna be a really painful turn. Let's kill off this infantry. Another infantry up here does do enough damage to stop the capture for another turn. He comes over, takes him out. Plus anti-air strike, the mech barely survives at 1. Tank goes down. You see copter, so the anti-air 6 health is probably good enough, but another one might be in store. So here I think Epi would have been a lot happier not going for like so far forward and trying to go for both of these cities in comparison to just focusing everything on taking this city and then being in a position where a front switch might have been possible. Charging forward kind of puts a lot of these units exposed to AutoSpinCurb's standing forces and also the reinforcements getting really close. And then the reinforcements for Epi are mostly out of range. Although they can hit this infantry, can hit this tank. It's not the worst thing. But still hurts. Tank. Anti-air's ready to deal with the copter. Recon comes back, takes out that infantry. As long as Epi doesn't keep overextending, it's probably salvageable. It's going to get really painful once AutoSpinCurb has the super go off, because you got to remember, all of this fighting has happened without any powers being introduced. And while Sonja's power is kind of nice, it's not to deal 2 damage to your entire opponent's army nice. Yeah. So at this point, Drake can kind of just like attack and not feel too bad even when things get kind of beat up, because that gets you even closer to your super. And you getting closer to the super matters a lot more than your opponent. We have a little tricky walk into the forest there. Not that you want to just like charge forward and lose units, but like going for trades becomes a lot better when you've got the higher value super. Same map, different game. Your game will be next, Shadow. Is it kinda nice? He's another Sonja player. There we go. Yeah, this is what I would have preferred the goal was. Take the really exposed city. And over here, the math can kind of change if you're delaying your own city being captured. But sometimes you don't want to do that either. It can be a very tough thing to know when to let cities go and when to like start sacrificing stuff to try and... Usually it comes down to whether or not you have some sort of plan or follow-up that can come to fruition due to the delays. AutoSpinCurb just building up units, which is totally fine. Well, I think AutoSpinCurb can definitely stop this one. There's a whole army right here. Counter break going for this capture. It'd be really sad news to see this artillery, but some nice exposed infantry over here to be beat up. So usually these counter breaks are kind of scary when you start capturing cities. In your counter break, you've got your extra, your extra stats. You hit them first, but of course Drake's not going to be too worried because the super's almost here. So even if Drake's going, yeah, Drake really wants the super. Okay, I don't think that was quite necessary, but that will definitely give a lot of charge. Bam, it's raining. Rest in peace, tank. Well, it's gonna survive the new tank. So one thing Sonja has going for her against the rain is that she does have increased vision, so it doesn't hurt her quite so bad. Yeah, I don't think the sacrifices were needed here. I mean, it's not gonna matter anyway. The Drake super is just so much better than what Sonja's got. Kill off the copter. The new tank does charge forward. It hits the tank. You can't kill it because it's knocked down to 8. It falls back. Okay, at the end of the turn, unit count basically even, but unit value is way in Drake's favor. Drake has best super in this tier, probably. I mean, Andy's super is really good. How much better to use the Sonja power than the... Yeah. A lot of stuff gets picked off here is really good for Drake. Of course. very patient. I mean, when you're up 4k, you can be as patient as you want. Especially when you're a global damage CO. And it feels like every single engagement is just getting you closer and closer to your next super. And all of the cities that you own are harder and harder to take because all of the standing infantry got knocked down to 8 and they have to repair. It felt like Sonja did not make any progress in the unit value there. Infantry. Break just starts falling back. Filling up the tanks. They move back and fill up the tank. Go. So far ahead. Not that you can see that in Fog of War, especially against Sonja. You can see the unit kill the death rates drastically in his favor. And as a global damage CO, you always get to be like, well, I've probably done like an extra 40,000 on top of what I've seen. Drake approaching the unit cap with 50. He's getting there. Attack in here, kill off a whole bunch of mechs. There is a medium tank, but Drake has a neo tank over here. There's a neo tank over here. Just very spicy. Okay. So Sonja's down 80,000 in value. She doesn't know that either, or they don't know that either. Does have the super. We'll be able to reveal both, or actually just one neo tank, I guess. Sees this one. Don't quite see this one yet. I think if you kill on the copter, still a pretty good attack. Now sees the neo tank and the medium tank. Not great, especially because this one is on a road. You get to kill off this anti-air. There's a backup one. AutoSpinCurb's been really good at making sure there's an anti-air ready. I mean, that's fair. I think I would probably resign there too, because what's going to happen is even though you have your power up, Drake just hits the super, knocks all your stuff down to 8, so your counterattacks aren't even as good, and then they like strike you from the city. Rough. Down 4k. GG. Drake is tough to fight. Both Lash, Kindle, Sonja, they all struggle quite a bit against Drake. Andy can fight Drake. Rachel can technically fight Drake. Okay, now we have Kaqnstorm. I mean, you can fight Drake as Sonja, but it's tough. It's also tough to fight Andy with Sonja, but it's doable. Rachel's the best tier 3 in your heart. She's definitely the tier 3 that most often gets pushed out of tier 3. You think it would be Kindle, but pretty much every base light map. Whoa. We've got... Oh, this is the tournament game. I see. We've got Jess versus Lash, and this is high fun. Yeah. I did not see the Slay the Spire fan-made mod where you play as the boss characters. I haven't played Slay the Spire in a long time, but it's a pretty fun game. It sounds pretty cool. Just good. Just have fun. Have fun. Have funs. This is the same matchup I had with Lash against Jess, but in my game it was because the infantry conflicts were going to be a big deal. In this case, the infantry conflicts are not going to be quite as powerful for Lash to fight Jess with. Lots of early vehicles instead. We have a fast recon out of Lash. Very fast recon. I think I thought about doing this exact same move in my game on this map, with the idea of sending the recon up here to try and stop the airport. But I think I decided that a tank would be better for it, and then I did something else with the tank. Or I like to do a tank. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. CatWithYarn just kind of chilling. In comes the recon. It's gonna have a hard time finding too much purchase, as this is the double base, and I'll have a pretty easy time building a tank and infantry just walking towards these captures from the mountains. Rip everyone who chose Sammy. You chose Cole and you had to play against Kill Me first? It's a tough match. You took in mind the 1 base versus 2 base when playing this? That's very good. This is the turn advantage that happens here, where player 2 can interrupt this capture and player 1 can't. Although, in this case, player 1 probably wouldn't with Jess. You Sammy players actually won? That's great. The captures from this base are going to be a lot slower over here since it didn't build recon right away. And then a tank. Wow, these captures are just not going to happen. So the airport's going to get captured. The tank. Whoa, wait a second. Oh no, Lash didn't move the recon? How does this recon not die? On the road. There's no comm tower. Plus 10%. That hurts a lot. It probably would have hit an infantry and then gotten hit. But at least then it would be interrupting something. Lash Sisters, I don't feel so good. Might be trying to just bait in this tank to get hit by this tank, but that's not going to work out too great. It had the comm tower. This is the 1 base fighting into the 2 base, so CatWithYarn like that recon's not getting away. Tank, finish it off with an infantry, very nice. build another tank. I mean, it's looking really good. Some pressure from this tank over here. CatWithYarn's just gonna run away with the amount of income advantage. That's gonna come from just this base actually capturing stuff. Whoa! That's the dream right there to get that capture. Probably best to just go back and take this city and then build a tank to cover it. Okay, CatWithYarn moves on over, takes out the infantry, takes it out, starts capturing with this one. These corner captures are pretty secure. He moves up here, takes a first strike. That's not the best because this tank just comes over and kills it from the city. I imagine that's what happens. Right? Continue to try and trade out tank. That one's not the best, but the other stuff you've been doing is really good. I mean, keeping the pressure on this base is really good, since it just doesn't have the infantry. Like, as soon as you hit this guy with anything, there'll be absolutely no captures happening over here. Already, the end of the turn, 4K advantage to you. Corner properties going for. You can build a copter this turn. Anti-air to deal with this copter. It does get hit. Tank, copter, tank, infantry. I mean, this is looking very, very good for CatWithYarn. Up, battlecopter slides on over here. Away from the anti-air makes sense. Lash starts going for the lab capture. I mean, you'd prefer to go for the property to get the income, but it might be that Lash is thinking things are looking really dire. The only out is to get both labs. Attack over here. It's not covered by a tank though, so that's kind of going to be a trade of 2 infantry for 1 infantry, but from the 2 base to a 1 base, it's not so bad. I mean, nothing. I know nothing's getting captured, but I was just thinking, why? Might go for it. Yeah, you should attack with the copter first. Usually, in this case, it would actually probably keep the infantry alive. These are looking pretty nice. We have lots of tanks being built to hold in 2 bases. So now these 2 bases are kind of connected almost. In which case it'll be kind of just 2 base versus 2 base. That's kind of happening here, except this base is not looking too happy. The infantry. We have a tank first strike over here. Copter follow-up. You want to do that in the reverse order, although it doesn't. Well, the tank will die either way. You have the Neo tank coverage. That's pretty nice. Attack. For some reason, this infantry didn't kill this guy off. That's okay. You guys thinking as lucky stars. You have the turbocharge being used here. There's nothing that can reach this anti-air, so the copters are going to have to kind of ditch for now. Down goes the artillery. They're not ditching, they're charging. Anti-air clears the way. Down goes that tank. This tank. Move attacked from this guy into the city. And attack from the city. Okay. Start capturing over here. I mean, this is an overloaded Neo tank for sure. Why? The poor 1 health infantry could have lived a good life. Okay. Ooh, we have the mega tank bot here. That's the desperation. Don't kill my base move. Your tank does go for the interrupt rather than taking out this tank. Ooh, we have a nice surround on this tank. Harassment there. Down goes this copter. And there strikes in. Tank attack, tank attack. Do I have a tank attack here? Infantry starts surrounding the Neo tank. We have the Neo tank ready to threaten the Neo tank, which is very good. Tank comes up and hits this anti-air. That's brutal. Tank didn't quite get the kill. CatWithYarn's lined up to take the comm tower, which would be kind of the super nail in the coffin. Although CatWithYarn is up 10k. Builds a mega tank to fight the mega tank. Okay. This does require a base skip. If I was going to base skip here, I would base skip probably from this corner and get the infantry from here and here. This is definitely the one I would not base skip from because there's a lot of fighting happening by it. And it's true that the infantry couldn't escape, but you can put yourself in a spot where the opponent's infantry have to put themselves very in an exposed tile to get you. So we do have the prime tactics from Lash. That's that will do a lot of damage. And then the resignation. I think that's fair. The properties are gonna start falling big time. And the 10k income gap is not easy to make up. Gee, only 10 days. It is mixed base though. I mean, a lot happened in those 10 days for sure. I liked the idea behind Lash's recon attack. The recon not moving was definitely really painful. But GG. Try and get one more game in. Which looks like it's going to be Anonymity versus Blue Games. Bumble versus Rachel on Heists, Misers, Prized Tires. Which is quite the name of a map. High Funds is definitely weird to yeah, I think Lash might have forgotten it was there. Or just forgot to move it. High Funds, it seems like such a simple change to have the value or the income doubled, but it does change a lot about the game. Okay. I think this is sent in by 13. Be wrong. Change my components. My apologies. Not wrong about that. So we've got Rachel. Oh, I know this map. This is the map that got removed from High Funds because of stalling too much. Well, we're seeing two different missile-powered COs here. Rachel's got scarier missiles, but Von Bolt has much scarier day-to-day. You see the transport copter coming out for blue games, some very early captures, and same over here. Although 13 decided to move up with this infantry and down with this one. It's fine. Let's see what the transport copters do. Okay, so they do bust this infantry forward to go for this capture, and then build another one. And do we see the same thing happen over here? We do. So they're pretty much mirrored, except instead of building another transport copter, 13 built a tank, which I kind of like. I think I might have preferred an anti-air over a tank, but that's okay. The reason I prefer an anti-air is one, it hits the infantry harder, but also it doesn't get walled by transport copters, which is something I would be concerned about here. Because, like, the tank is threatening to hit this infantry after it finishes capturing, but the transport copter can easily block and then pick up the infantry and get away. Now we have the anti-air follow-up. And a quick drop off into the middle of the map. Don't quite have the ability to get the anti-air over there in time, but the tank can come over and try and interrupt this. Copter tank built by Blue Games. Nothing but infantry so far built down here for the Rachel player, while Von Bolt just moves out with infantry over here. I probably would have had this tank... I would have this tank move down here so it can interrupt the potential center capture. Like, this capture's already happened. It's not the biggest deal to beat it up. Where this capture now gets to go through. It's a little unfortunate. Okay. And it's a nice setup by games for sure. Now has an anti-air over here, so this is definitely what I would prefer to use specifically in high funds against the transport copter opening, especially now that, like, transport copter wants to pick up infantry, the battle copter gets built to try and defend it, but that's not going to work. Anti-air pressure. Lots of transport copters bussing units around here. Get the mech brought over here. Okay. Copter goes for the strike here. So we got the mech and tank set up to take out the anti-air after it takes out the copter. I get you. We have a medium tank. Alright, let's see what Von Bolt decides. Decides to take out copter and then hit the mech. Try and preserve this anti-air's life. Just have double tank follow-ups. That's looking pretty decent. There's probably some really tricky traps that Blue Game could go for over there. With a Neo tank following up to deal with a medium tank, so Blue Game's just kind of getting out-teched there. The anti-air survives, but can just get taken out by the infantry. But maybe not. Can they try and get the pick off? Little dicey, yeah. Infantry aren't the best at taking out anti-air, so that hurts. That hurts a fair bit, because this can, especially in high funds, you can afford to repair it. But usually, you're happy to repair anti-airs anyway. And there's two full health tanks ready to do a whole bunch of punishing over here. But I do like the transport copter being used to block off this city from being captured for one turn. Don't like that move. I would much rather use a tank to clear the way and then let the anti-air get away here. That way you get to keep the unit. What else is this tank going to do? Apparently it's going to leave. It's going to go down here. Okay. And front switches are always good. Well, not always good, but they're usually good. Got our own Vombolt mix on the way. This tank is being used to try and block this medium tank, I guess. Doesn't seem to actually be blocking it from doing anything. Other than like making it to this lab, I guess. So it seems kind of like a throwaway, especially because this battlecopter gets to move its full movement to take it out. Nice surround on this tank. Very nice. 13 can free it. Like Neo Tank. I don't think Neo Tank one shots, but Neo Tank plus infantry kill transfer copter. A really good use of artillery with this attack down here. Oh, then the tank can get away. Or just go up there and kill a mech. Okay. Drop a mech over here. The city looks like it's going to get captured unless a tank wants to bite the bullet and interrupt it. Doesn't seem to be happening. Just going to scoot a little bit forward. Let's capture that. Whoop. Copter strike on the Neo tank. It's not super great, but we do have the medium tank follow up. 7-5, getting really close to a Rachel super here. We do go for an anti-air strike to try and get the charge, and the last infantry strike will probably do it. So where are these missiles? It looks like one up here, maybe two down here. I guess one up here, two down here. It's pretty nice. It does save the city by quite a bit, but also this was the attacking force, so that getting nuked is really good for blue games. And Vombolt is like a little bit over halfway to the super, so it's even possible for Rachel to get a second super off before Vombolt gets one. Not super likely, but if some negative trades are gone for, it can happen. Vombolt's charging forward here. A lot of these copters are just going to get picked off, which is not where you want to be. Does look like Vombolt's going to get the super prize. There's not going to be any of this double Rachel missiles before the Vombolt missile. That's not going to happen. We did have this lab captured, the safety lab, so that you can't just lose after losing that one lab. So he does get saved. It goes ahead by one property currently. Does build a mega tank. I assume that's to be a magnet for Vombolt super. Fuckers do get picked off here. For Vombolt. There's not really any good tanks around here to actually punish these anti-airs. There's going to be another Rachel super. Well, okay. Coming up real soon. Vombolt did not use his super, probably because they don't want to just hit a single mega tank. Which is fair. actually looking like must be why Rachel bought the fighter right away, because the Von Bolt copters are kind of starting to overwhelm everything. This capture is going to go through. So the money is going to swing into 13's favor until the city gets captured. We have the 13, or we have the Ex Machina. Oh no! Ooh. The Mega Tank wasn't quite enough. The medium, what happens here is that a 3 health, it's not 4 health, but a 3 health medium tank almost gives you as much value for the Von Bolt missile as just a full health one. A 4 health one would, but these injured units are still really valuable. So this medium tank being here, just chilling on this lab for some reason, is what moved it away from the Mega Tank. And this means that 13 is going to be able to just charge forward, no fear, on this front. Okay. I don't know if that's required. What's happening here is that capturing infantry are worth double for value. And there's no way to just move the infantry away from this capturing infantry so that the missile won't target here, so the infantry gets deleted. So that infantry missile will instead target, I guess, down here. Maybe it's a 1 health infantry that might ruin the plans. Now it's not going to work at all because Blue Games can just kill off this infantry, and there's not even any worry about that possibly misdirecting. So because this might be that 13 didn't know that the captures count double. Oh. Did target the 1 health. So that's a pretty big blunder on Blue Games' part if they cared about this city. I mean, they might have also been like, I don't care about the city. I'd rather have my infantry missile hit down here. Looks like value, HP, infantry missile. Another mega tank built. This does mean that 13 is going to get that city. Now all of these units get to be picked off. This is kind of the way to do it, is the turn you stun the units, you kill all of the units around them, and then the following turn you go after the units that were stunned. For a nice divide and conquer kind of strategy. So things are looking really good for 13 right now. 2 mega tanks. Rachel, fighter did find a bomber. Although it does have an anti-air and a full serious number. Mega tank starts moving up here. If the forces for Blue Games get too filtered down, and becomes just dependent on having mega tanks, then things could get really spicy, because then these would be very easy to stun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so Blue Games does have a tactic set up. The mega tank can move here, break the pipe, reveal the fighter's range to cover this fighter, which we might see. Although the mega tank's going to have other targets that it might want to go for. That might be what... it doesn't look super great. There isn't a great way to take out the anti-air. If this mega could kill the anti-air, that kind of play would be nice. Again, that's fine to do. when you're like, I'd much prefer you go back and heal your anti-air for sure. What's happening here is draining an ammo off of this mega tank. So it's now down to 2 rather than 3. That's usually something you do on a turn that you're going to have follow-up attacks on the mega tank, so it can't just get rearmed on the way to next fight. Okay. Another should be being captured over here. Take out that tank. I would much prefer to use the 2 health tank to take the last ammo if that's what you want to do. Okay. The Ex Machina, I imagine that's going to hit down here. Very nice. Ooh, we got the hit on this fighter as well. There, break through. Kill off. Ooh, doesn't kill. Just hits. Still damage. Gonna see some more rockets falling for Rachel here. Looks like, I imagine the value hits here. It might. No, it hits here. Infantry value and HP down here. Wow. So Rachel's been getting some pretty nice frontline hits. Definitely should have moved the artillery back first. That's okay. You can check where the missiles are going to land with the move planner. But sometimes you want to double check because it can be a little bit glitchy if it's reading something wrong or something. Lines. Okay, so that was a nice value swing for Rachel, but Bomb Bolt does have a very solid econ lead here, and a lot of the value that Rachel has is tied up in 2 mega tanks, which can be unreliable units sometimes. You have a Bomb Bolt mega tank on its way. Try and contest them. Saving up for, I assume, another one. Pulling back a bit. Kill off that tank. Fighter attacking the poor copter. Ooh, there's actually nothing here to deal with this fighter. So they can, of course, go after copters and poke at them, but there's also going to be times where Rachel might want to use that copter to just get in the way, stop stuff from happening. We do have this lab captured for Von Bolt, so this is going to be the last bastion of hope for Rachel at this moment in time, and it's going to be really dangerous for Rachel because as it is your lab, you're going to want to have a bunch of units around it to try and keep it safe. But if there's too many units around it and the Von Bolt super hits you, all of your units will be stunned, and the lab will get captured right in front. Mega things have black boat arms? Do they? Is that what that is there? I think that's the machine gun, but I see what you're looking at. If it was a black bolt arm, it would be clamping. Big tank, very good. Take out the infantry, making sure they can't go for your lab. Mega tank is going to take a long time to get to this fight. Really, at this point, Von Bolt shouldn't be attacking. Just let the income start to actually do something. So the problem with attacking is that while there's an 8k income difference here, if you're losing more than 8k in your attacks, then your income's never going to be able to take you above your opponent's army. Break his the copter. I guess to kill the tank. This is looking like it's gonna be where the next Bumble super hits, probably. Maybe here. The two sides of the map are competing to be better magnets. Let's come in. Beating up the anti-airs looks very good. Don't have very effective magnets, it looks like. Hits 4. Hits 4. Looks like this hits twice. Then maybe the Mega Tank ones? Oh, this was the value. Right here. Oh, this doesn't hit 4. Ah. That would be why. So if one of these infantry was just like... This infantry is like 1 down. Like here. Then both the HP and the infantry missile would have... As is, what happened was HP missile hit here, infantry missile hit here, value missile hit down here. I think the fighter probably would be better off like standing here. That stops. I guess that doesn't work because it's anti-airs here now. You can still do it, I guess. Just trying to stop the Mega Tank from just coming over. Pulling stuff off. This Mega Tank was out of ammo, so it couldn't kill the tank. Lots of artillery. The rocket following it up. Okay. Attack. We have the Ex Machina. That might have moved it up here. Very nice. It's going to start looking very scary for Rachel as all of the defenders start getting taken out. Infantry around here are all injured, so there isn't a huge threat of the lab being captured quite yet. A bomber buy down here. Double anti-air though. I do like the rocket. There's just so many artillery that Rachel has. The rocket can kind of zone them. Okay. This Mega Tank is going to die. Mega Tanks hit Mega Tanks very hard. Hit them at the same amount of damage that the copter hits a copter. So the plus 20% attack that Humboldt has would be more than enough. Finish that off. This Mega Tank is down to 1 ammo, so we do have the APC on the way. Okay, there's no healthy infantry in range yet to go for the lab, but it's looking like it's going to be a possibility. And Blue Games could probably invest in a battleship to try and hold this, or even a rocket, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rocket just steps to here. It would be a real pain for 13 to actually get to that rocket. As is, things are looking very good for Bomb Bolt. I think that this APC needed to just move its full movement range, because the Mega Tank kind of wants to start moving forward right now. It could have moved up here and killed off this infantry. Yeah, but we have a slow push into this area. Another fighter being built. So many artillery over here. The lone rocket holds the line. Medium tank comes in, kills off an anti-air. Anti-air comes in, hits, doesn't interrupt on that capture. Anti-air finishes it off. Just to hit the mega tank, that's not great. But there actually isn't an anti-air or a fighter or anything over here, so it's gonna be kind of tough for 13 to deal with the amount of copter spam that Blue Games can output out of these double airports. Down goes that copter, down goes anti-air. So sad that this copter is actually blocking the one tile that this ABC could restock that mega tank. We've had to, I guess, restock it before the mega tank moves. You have the bomber hit, does 3 damage. There isn't an anti-air in range. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. Even revealing the breaking the pipe scene trick reflected that bomber. Okay, the lab cap is starting. It's starting with a huge wave of infantry though, so the Rachel Super will be able to hold this down. And Mega Tank was very sad. Okay, I expect. Well, this medium tank is probably going to just smash this mega tank because the mega tank has no ammo. Whoa. That has to. I mean, that's a mistake. I think Blue Games didn't realize this had no ammo. Because I think that would have gotten Blue Games pretty close to getting the super. Which would completely decimate all of these infantry. Pretty much shut down any hope of capturing the lab. The mega tank does have ammo now. Got the bomber and the fighter moving over here. There's even the threats to potentially go for this harbor. There gets the kills. We have the covering fire. This hits everything on the front lines, but over here it's just infantry. Value, we got HP. This is looking like the time that Blue Games attacks forward. Yeah. Got that rocket, take out that Neo tank. Start going for a counter push. If you can capture this lab or this lab, then you're no longer so tied down over here. Still one healthy infantry in range. Go for this capture. Gonna see a bomb bolt super. I don't think it hits here. I think it hits. Yeah, I mean, 3 artillery, which is the same value as 1 medium tank. No, because it hits an anti-air too. Oh no. That's GG. Done in by your own stunned mega tank. That's why you always check. Rest in peace. Blue Games resigned. GG, a game of magnets. I know the copter can reach to help, but it can't reach because the mega tank is in the way. That's something that's so like something you want to do. You always gotta be careful for that stuff. GG. Hope everyone enjoyed the stream today. I'm gonna leave you all with an apple. And of course, there is a Patreon if you would like to join that and support. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Have a good one. Apple.
It's Go7, king of the penguins. Of all the penguins, he is king. It's Go7, king of the penguins. Being king of the penguins, that's his thing.